before the evening begins, I'd like us to go through some housekeeping for the virtual meeting. I'll endeavour to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to participate in the debate. Be mindful that due to the virtual platform, the debate and questions will be different to the face-to-face meeting. When speaking, and this is probably one of the most important things, when speaking, please clearly state your name prior to addressing the meeting, and I'll call a break approximately around 8:30. Please use the raised hand symbol to assist in determining the order of debate. So thank you to everyone prior to that. Before we begin this evening, councillors, I'd like to acknowledge the sad loss with the passing of Uncle Les Davison. The La Perouse Aboriginal community suffered a great loss with the passing of the proud Darawal elder, Uncle Les Davison, on the 25th of August 2021. Uncle Les turned 83 years old just 4 days before he passed away, and he will be sadly missed by his family, friends and close community. Uncle Les was born and lived at La Perouse all his life. He went to school until year 5 and was given an exemption from school to help out at home. He worked at ICI, paper mills and the glassworks at Matraville and at Botany. Uncle Les was an outstanding boxer. He also was selected to take into the 1956 Olympics in Melbourne. However, he was turned away and unable to fight for his country because he was Aboriginal. Uncle Les survived by his wife, Arnie Delmer, his children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren. He will be surely missed. Our thoughts are with the family and the La Perouse Aboriginal community during this difficult time. I would like to hold a minute's silence in memory of Uncle Les Davison. So, councillors, I'll just have a minute's silence, please. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, tonight I'll be reading the prayer in the acknowledgement of country. Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow our blessings upon the council and to direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and true welfare of the people of Randwick and Australia. Amen.
Amen.
Almighty God, we humbly beseech, I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the land of the Bidjigal and Gadigal peoples who occupy the Sydney coast. Being the traditional owners, on behalf of Randwick City Council, I acknowledge and pay my respects to elders both past, present and in any Aboriginal people here today. Councillors, can I call for apologies of leave of absence or lateness? No apologies? I'll take it we're all here then. So I'll just move on to confirmation of the minutes. The Ordinary Council of 24th of August 2021. Can I have someone move and second the minutes?
I'll move it, Mr. Mayor.
Move that way.
Okay, moved by Councillor Luxford, seconded by Councillor Stravinos. Declarations of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interests.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Stravinos.
In relation to MN 69/21, which is the motion on Kingsford, I'd like to declare a non-significant non-pecuniary interest in that I am a business owner in the area and I will be voting on the matter tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Matson.
Yes, in relation to confidential item CP 70 of 21, This will become a matter for the Sydney Eastern City Planning Panel to consider, but the role will only be performed by the chair of the committee and will not involve the membership, such as myself or I guess Councillor Christy Hamilton. So I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest, and I will take part in the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Matson. Anyone else?
Yes.
Councillor Hamilton, I think.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Matson. Correct. I also will declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary on CP 70/21, and Councillor Matson has covered the reasoning why. I'll continue to participate as the matter will be dealt with by the chair of the panel.
Anyone else?
Councillor Nielsen, I have to. Oh God. Go away.
I'll get it.
Thank you. I have to declare non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item CS 43/21 as I am president of the Friends of Blenheim House, and a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item NM 71/21 as I'm a member of St Michael's Golf Club.
Councillor Andrews?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. CS 41/21, the Lapa Ridge Museum Headland Master Plan and Building Concept Plans. It's a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. I am a member of the Lapa Ridge Trust, so it's just a declaration of an interest in that respect.
Okay, thank you. Any further declarations? Okay, so we'll move on to the privacy warning. I wish to advise that this meeting is being live streamed using an audio-visual link in accordance with Section 747 of the Local Government Act. I would like to remind all councillors that we continue to be obliged to disclose and appropriately manage conflicts of interest that they may have in matters being considered at this meeting. Councillors continue to be obliged to remove themselves from consideration of the meetings of the matters in which they have pecuniary or not significant non-pecuniary conflict of interest. Councillors continue to be obliged to protect any confidential information considered at this meeting. During the closed session part of the meeting, councillors should ensure that they participate in the meeting in a location where it cannot be seen or heard by anyone else. For announcement for the speakers tonight, the public forum section of our meeting is also being live streamed using audio-visual link to allow submissions to be made to councillors. All members of the public addressing tonight's meeting have a maximum of 3 minutes to put their case forward. Presenters will be stopped within the 3 minutes and you may be granted an extra minute. Councillors may ask questions of presenters at the end of each public submission. So, councillors, our first speakers tonight is on CO 42/21. It's the GM, Therese Manns, and also Brett Hanger, the auditor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Kelly, can you...
I think you're muted, Therese.
Apologies, there's always one. So good evening, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Tonight I'm joined by Brett Hanger, who is a director with Nexia Australia, who are the audit firm contracted to council by the Audit Office of New South Wales. And we'll be speaking to the report on the audited financial statements for the year ended the 30th of June 2021. So next slide. So firstly, a quick look at the timeline for the production of the financial statements. The draft statements were referred to audit back at the August council meeting. Auditors' reports were issued on the 15th of September, and on the 15th of September our audited financial statements were lodged with the Office of Local Government. The financial statements were put together by our financial services teams, who have all been working remotely due to the continuing COVID lockdown, which did happen just prior to the end of financial year. So once again, this team has really stepped up and managed to juggle pulling together the financial statements in really good time, at the same time as reviewing the impacts of the pandemic. So it was an ambitious timeline, and so we're very proud of the efforts that the team have put in. Next slide. So just in looking at the financial statements, we did finish the year with a net operating result of 7.9 million. This was after the a financial year that was very much impacted by the COVID pandemic, including the closure of Des Renford Leisure Centre at certain points throughout the year. You'll note that last year's operating result was just over 23 million, and this was largely due to about $15 million in handback for light rail assets. So without that handback of light rail assets, the result would have been approximately 7.6 million. So at an operating result level, we've performed slightly better. In regards to our net operating result before capital grants and contributions, we did have an operating surplus of 1.2 million. That is down on the previous year, but very much reflective of the pandemic year that was. So just in relation to operating performance measures, our operating performance ratio finished above benchmark at 4.49%. Despite pandemic-related reductions in our revenues, our own source operating revenue finished at 90.31%, which is once again above benchmark. Our unrestricted current ratio came in at 3.98%, which is once again higher than benchmark. And changes to accounting standards and the treatment of leases gave us a debt service cover ratio well in excess of benchmark. However, we introduced a new ratio showing the debt service ratio without leased assets just for comparison purposes. So our outstanding rates and charges finished the year at 3.8%, which marks a great improvement from last year's result of 4.84%. And with the benchmark being under 5% for metropolitan councils. It's a great result and certainly reflective of the positive interactions our revenue team has had in working with our ratepayers as we've progressed through the pandemic. Finally, our expense ratio was a healthy 5.65 months. So just taking a look at our infrastructure asset performance measures, our building and infrastructure renewal ratio at the 30th of June is now back above the benchmark at 122%. The infrastructure backlog ratio is well under benchmark at 0.48%, and the asset maintenance ratio of 192% is also well above benchmark. The cost to bring assets to an agreed service level is a very sustainable 0.31%. So, councillors, I will now hand over to Brett to talk about the conduct of the audit.
Okay, thank you, Therese, and good evening, Mr Mayor and councillors. As the General Manager's outlined the financial results for the year, I'll just add a couple of comments from the audit perspective. The audit was done remotely once again, as Therese mentioned. So I would really just like to acknowledge the finance team for their assistance in getting us the information we required to complete the audit in a timely manner. Their responsiveness was very much appreciated. The financial statements were completed and ready for audit well within the prescribed timeframe. And all the information requested and explanations sought throughout the audit was received, and an unqualified audit opinion was issued on the 15th of September. I'll be happy to take any questions regarding the audit process after the General Manager concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Brett. So in conclusion, the audited financial statements have been completed in a very timely manner. The statements will now form part of Council's annual report. The statements show that even in a pandemic, Council's in a strong financial position, and perhaps our strong and sustainable financial position that has been created over many years of really good decision making by Council, I will say, is a credit to the Council and has really ensured that we were able to withstand this financial shock that we've experienced. I would like to especially thank the efforts of our financial services team, and in particular Acting CFO Michelle Guth, who was supposed to be here to present tonight but was unable to make it at the last minute. But it was a fantastic effort by the team, and they should be very much congratulated. I would also like to thank Brett and his audit team for their cooperation and the timeliness that they have completed the audit reports. Just like for our own finance staff who are operating remotely, Brett and his team are also conducting these audits remotely, which does present their own challenges too. So congratulations on a second year of getting us through in record time, Brett. We do really appreciate the efforts that you and your team put in. So, councillors, if you do have any questions of our auditor while he is here, I hand over to you. If there are no questions, I thank you very much, Brett, for coming to present tonight. As councillors would be aware, it is a requirement of the Local Government Act to have a presentation by the auditor. So we thank you very much, Brett, and we'll hand back over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Therese, and good evening, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Therese, and thank you, Brett. So now, councillors, we have MM28/21, support for Weave Cool Kids Club. And speaking for is Ms. Tate Peak Silver.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I'm Tate, and I am the program manager at Weave's Cool Kids, which is based out in Malabar, and we service the Randwick catchment area in southeast Sydney. Cool Kids is a program for at-risk young people aged 7 to 17. It's an early engagement program that's been running for 20 years this year, actually, and it started as a pilot in response to young people getting in trouble on the street, in particular for throwing rocks at buses about 20 years ago, and it's evolved in that time. We now have 120 active families in the program, and we run therapeutic after-school programs that works on topics such as risky behaviours and trying to minimise entry into juvenile justice system for young children, and teaching them emotional regulation, self-esteem, how to build healthy relationships. 95% of the families that we walk alongside are Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander, and 100% of them live in social housing. And to date, none of the children that have been connected to the Cool Kids program in over 20 years have entered the juvenile justice system, which is a massive, massive feat, especially given the age of criminal responsibility. So we work with our partnership schools with therapeutic mentoring for children or families that have more complex needs. And we go into the schools and work with children one-on-one. It's not counselling, but it is just more tailored, child-friendly ways of helping children navigate some of the complex behavioural needs or social needs that they have. And we've just, thanks to Randwick Council, been approved for a grant to start implementing cultural mentoring, which will be facilitated, driven by and created by 2 of our Aboriginal youth and community workers. We're a very small team of 4 at the moment, and we've still been going through the pandemic, offering program via Zoom, and we've been doing one-to-ones with more of our crisis families and a lot of food security and technology security. And I think one of the most beautiful things about our program is 3 of the participants who were part of the pilot program 20 years ago now all work in community services. One of them actually works for Cool Kids, and we have a really clear pathway for young people to follow. Once they complete the Cool Kids program, they transition into Switch, where they come back as mentors to the young participants. And once they complete high school and switch, they become youth advocates and are given the opportunity to study and go on to work in community services. So yeah, that's basically what we do. I'm a little bit nervous. So
Yeah, you're right. Thank you very much for that, Tate. Do you mind taking questions from the councillors, if there are any questions from councillors?
not at all. If there are any questions, please.
Councillors?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Singh here.
Councillor Singh?
Ms. Pig Silver, I thank you for coming today. You mentioned something about the kids throwing rocks at the buses. Now, at one time, that was a big social issue. So how did you manage to stop that? Because it must have been a great effort on your part, on your organization. As I said just now, at one time, I think the bus drivers were thinking of boycotting the Malabar and the Metroville and the South Maroubra areas because of these social issues.
Thank you for the question. So with the initial incident 20 years ago with the rock throwing, it was actually a conversation between council and police and what was called South Sydney Youth Service then, which was Weave Cool Kids. And a pilot was established that these kids were doing this because they didn't want to be at home and they were bored and they had nothing else to do and no way of channeling energy. So we borrowed a bus from Souths and we'd pick the kids up from school and take them and engage them in sport or cultural activities or homework support. And in that, they would fight to get on the bus because there was only one. And we have had issues with some of our participants, especially throughout the pandemic, where we know there's been police interactions or mischievous, dangerous, reckless behaviours that kids can often think are fun. And a lot of our programs are tailored around that, is addressing the risks associated with those behaviours, because often kids don't understand the risks and they don't have the ability to have consequential thinking. So we try to instill that with them from a place of love rather than authority.
Fantastic.
So
fantastic. We don't have that kind of social issues anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? Thank you, Tate, and thank you for everything you do. And please thank the staff before I thought you were going to say 40. So you do a tremendous job with just 4 people. You do a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors, and thank you, Randwick Council, for your ongoing support. It's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now, councillors, CS 44/21 Neptune Reserve Outdoor Gym proposed regulations. And speaking against is Mr. Emmanuel Develos.
Can you all hear me?
Yep. Go ahead, Mr. Develos.
I think you've got the slide there. Dear Mayor and Councillors, my name is Emmanuel Develos, and I'm an owner in the small block of units at 2-way Wolseley Road, shown in the slide there with the arrow, and I'm representing the residents of Neptune Park. Now, all these units and the adjacent ones are heavily impacted because of the proximity of the gym, and it's been disappointing that no resident was considered as stakeholders in the services report process, and therefore we're asking for a deferment. The report highlighted recommendations made in good faith to resolve the matter. However, it lacked important considerations that I believe the councillors would need to properly assess the impact on the residents. Slide 2, please. Thank you. Recommendations were made to restrict hours of operation and commercial usage. Now, these address only the problem caused in the early hours and late evenings and with some organised groups. But the report does not properly address the critical issue of volume of users and the frequency of use. The noise issue isn't just limited to early morning and evening and to training groups here and there, but it's throughout most of the day and on most days of the week. It's a small park, and it'd be lovely to see a variety of people use the park, from children playing, kicking balls, flying kites, and families having picnics. But as it's turned out, the park has become a gym users' haven, and it's encouraged more users to set up extra equipment even closer to the units. And consequently, the noise levels have become more unbearable. And realistically, it's becoming very hard to consider how to abate them. And recommendations were made to restrict the use of lights, amplified music, alcohol, and smoking. These are all understandable. However, they will not ameliorate noise from so many users so close to the people's homes. It must be stressed that the recommendations require that the residents act as enforcers and must notify council patrols every time the issues arise. No resident should be put in this position nor live with this type of scenario. And being mindful of lockdown, it should be noted that we alerted council in writing months earlier when it became apparent that the gym usage was starting to become a problem. And the reality post-lockdown is that we face an exacerbation of the noise issue because there is now a clear preference for outdoor gym usage compared to indoor ones. And on a personal note, I'm pleased that council beautified the park for all to use and that my rates contributed to it. But at the same time, I'm frustrated as a ratepayer. I'm frustrated because my tenants' well-being has been affected and consequently my rental income which supports the purchase of the unit. I'm frustrated that the recommendations offered will not ameliorate the problem. And finally, I'm frustrated because residents can't enjoy normal living conditions at home due to the placement of the gym, but at the same time, I'm equally frustrated that the users can't enjoy the gym without in turn affecting the residents. In conclusion, we call for a deferment to allow for proper consultation with council officers and nearby residents and that the relocation of the gym and the relative cost be considered in these discussions. Thank you very much on behalf of the residents.
Thank you, Mr. Devil. Any councillors, any questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Matson.
Councillor Matson, yeah.
So thank you for addressing us tonight. I understand your concerns that perhaps there may have been a need for more direct consultation with residents. Look, can I get some feedback from you? If councillors were of a mind to adopt the recommendation tonight with a clause that it be reviewed in 2 months' time, would that be acceptable to residents in that they would then be given an opportunity to provide consultation back as part of that review?
To review with respect to consideration of maybe an option for moving it? Is this what you're referring to, Councillor?
Look, I think that's one option we can also look at. As I understand, residents have argued that the actual site itself simply doesn't work. It has been proposed that it be moved across into Grants Reserve, adjacent to Wiley's. Would you be supportive of a tentative consultation process being set up between residents such as your tenants and yourself, gym users, people who actually go to the gym, and say the local precinct committee?
Well, absolutely. I certainly would, because part of the discussion for us to defer the original motion was that we would have liked to have had consultation with gym users. It'd only be fair that they be involved in the consultation, the residents, the owners, and the council, to consider these things. You would have noticed in the second slide there was a greyed out area because the Neptune Park has a certain peculiarity to it. It's not very large compared to its neighbouring parks, but critically, what's important about that park is if you look at the west side, it's an embankment that goes up towards Dundas. And then there's an embankment on the southern side where the units are nestled on. And then on the east side towards the water, the embankment goes towards the road. So what happens is there's only a very small sort of plateau area adjacent to the gym where users can come. And by the nature of these gym users, they bring equipment. That's how they do it. And they are forced to, in a way, spread that equipment. And the only way they can spread it is to come closer and closer to the units. And essentially what we're finding is, although the gym is about 40 metres, which is one of the closest gyms that I've come across in neighbouring areas to residents, they actually end up even being as close as 10 metres and 15 metres from people's homes. And to the point, what that then does is it creates this issue where residents have to call the council patrols, and the council patrols come and do their job, and I feel sorry for them as well having to do it. But then some of these users who are obviously doing something that's out of the ordinary and not permissible know that the complaints have come from the residences nearby, and the ones that are evidently in their face are the ones that live right there, especially my block of units there. My tenants find it difficult and awkward to step outside because they can feel the animosity by some of the regular users, and that's not the way it should be. It shouldn't be like that for the users, The users should never have had a situation where we're clamping down on them. It should have been an open gym using whatever time they needed to. But because of the amalgam of placement of the gym in this particular park, the shape of this park, and the close proximity of the homes, it ended up being sort of a perfect storm, so to speak. And so if we can have this thing that you're suggesting, Councillor Matson, we'd be happy to take part in the consultation process with the users.
Thank you, sir.
Councillor Shuri.
Hi, Mr. DeVellos. Thank you for coming along. I'm just wondering that if this use of the gym has been increased because of the COVID lockdown, and whether a deferment, or a review after 2 months could help, because I'm thinking that gyms are going to be opening within the next 2 months, and those personal trainers will be going back into their gyms, hopefully, and whether this will actually alleviate most of your problems.
I know where you're coming from, and yes, COVID would have amplified what was already becoming an escalating problem over the months, which is why I did sort of mention earlier, and I think it was discussed last meeting, that we did write into council to look at addressing what seemingly was becoming problematic usage. And yes, COVID, the lockdowns exacerbated it. And I think what we're noticing, though, as post-COVID, even from my work situation and everything, I'm noticing that there's now essentially a preference for exercising outdoors than indoors. And I feel that even gyms are going to be probably very hesitant to take up expensive leases for fear of future lockdowns. And so regular users will look for alternatives, and those regular users will be going to external gyms. And it's understandable. Why wouldn't you want to go to a gym like that? I should go. I mean, to be honest, I should shed a few hundred kilos.
Maybe we all should.
I agree. But I think what's happened is nobody could have foreseen this perfect storm that I explained.
Yeah.
And I understand that it's a beautiful part of the world. People want to go swimming. They want to have a job, which is why I said earlier, we shouldn't be telling people not to go there at 5:30 in the morning and exercise and take their dog and then go for a swim. But at the same time, residents have been put in a position which they weren't before, and they're living in a scenario whereby now you almost fear going home because you just have to deal with noise, and then you have to ring council. You don't want to do this every day. You don't want to become the boogeyman in the area. You just want to live peacefully with these people.
Yeah, okay.
And I mean, 60, 50 metres across the road would make life so much easier. It'd mean that the people would have freedom to conduct the exercise that they want, when they want. And I think the residents will achieve at least some regularity that they had before.
Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? Thank you, Mr. DeVellos.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you. So now, councillors, we move on to NM 67/21, notice of motion from Councillor Matson, response to the Carrington Road sewerage overflow impasse. Speaking for is Ms. Jacqueline Elidis. And can I see her name?
Unfortunately, Mr. Mayor, she hasn't connected this evening. We have phoned her to find out if there's a problem, but we haven't heard anything back.
So I think the councillors will carry on. If she does come back, I will allow her to sort of come in and we'll speak. So councillors, we'll go straight into the motions that we've had speakers on. And the first one was CO 42/21, Director of Corporate Services report. So Councillor Matson.
No, sorry, jumped the gun.
Going to move it, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Strivinos has moved it. And do I have a seconder?
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Alex.
And do you want to speak on that, Councillor Strivinos?
I'll reserve my right to speak on this time at the moment, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Luxford?
No, I'm fine, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Well, actually, on behalf of, I'd just like to say, on behalf of council and being the mayor of a council, that I truly want to thank the general manager and the finance team, because to achieve positive results in such a tremendous year where through a pandemic and through many businesses, not only councils are suffering, to have such a positive result is such a great achievement. And I'd also like to thank Mr. Brett Hanger for doing it so quickly. So thank you both very much. And please, Therese Mancy, the General Manager, to pass on our deep thanks to the staff in finance. So, councillors, then we move on to MM28/21, support for Weaves. This is a mirror minute, so I put this to you.
I move Councillor Shuri.
It's a mirror
minute. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I'm happy for your support.
I commend you on this. I think it's I was a resident of the infamous rock throwing time, and I commend this organisation. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, as I understand it, the speaker we were looking for is now back in the meeting.
Oh, okay. So what I'll do, Councillor Matson, we'll just pass this motion and then we'll go back. Yeah, so we'll
like to speak on this, please.
Councillor D'Souza, yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Like former Mayor Shuri, I too would like to compliment you on your actions. Now, I would like to know that the group that was called, that were there before, I think they were called the Shack. What happened to them? But we can find that out another day. But
I can actually let you know that the Shack moved out. It was run by the Benevolent Society,
that's
and
right.
they moved back to Hurstville, so they had no youth services within Randwick LGA. So that's why I discovered that the money for the Shack, and I've asked for it to be moved over to the because such the tremendous work that the Weave Cool Kids Club does. That's why I've asked it to be transferred to them.
Yes, no, and I fully supportive of this, Mr. Mayor, because this organisation works with children and young people and families who have complex social issues, and such as poverty and family breakdown, mental health illness. These are symptomatic of the impacts of systemic disadvantage and intergenerational trauma. So I compliment you for what you've done redirecting these funds, and I compliment Tate and others who have taken on board such a challenging task. But what it does is it gives these young people opportunity and hope. And you can see the results. The stone throwing is a thing of the past, and I'm sure social disadvantage can be addressed and healing can occur. And we have people like you, Mr. Mayor, whose kindness and generosity has been shown today, and people like Kate who use those funds for a very productive purpose. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Any further speakers? So, councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
I declare that carried. So, so now we'll go back to the speaker for NM 67/21, Miss Jacqueline Ellides. Is she definitely back, Mr. Niven?
I've not had any connection string coming through at the moment, so no.
She advised me that she could see the minutes being updated, so she must have been in.
I think she's watching the broadcast, Councillor Matson.
Look, I'll send her a message and maybe we could come back to her.
We'll do the Neptune Reserve one then again, and we'll just come back again. So, councillors.
Happy to move the recommendation.
And I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Stravinos. As mover, Councillor Andrews, you want to speak on it?
Yeah, look, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think the recommendation is the most appropriate in the circumstances. I am hoping, Mr. Mayor, with lockdown being over very soon and commercial gymnasiums open in the very near future, I'm hoping this area will quiet down a bit and the local residents will be able to, again, enjoy the amenity of their local area. So I'm happy to move the recommendation at this point in time.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Stravinos, a seconder.
Yeah, look, Mr. Mayor, I guess the concern that I have is that if we go ahead with what Councillor Matson is proposing to consider as an option to relocate the gym, it actually sets a bad precedent. We could have other complaints in the future where residents might not like the idea of having a basketball court or a gym out the front of their house, and we could be forced to incur extra costs to relocate the facility. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember Councillor Matson voting on this, Jim, and voting to put it where it is. So, look,
He's the one that put it there.
I think it's a contradiction in terms that the councillor now isn't happy with the recommendation being brought before us by our staff, and he's now arguing for the cost of relocating the gym. Now, I don't know how much it would cost, but I can assume that it would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to now pick up this equipment and to relocate it somewhere else when we haven't really given it any time to, for the pandemic to, for us to come out of lockdown, to know what effect once we come out of lockdown, what effect how many people will be using the gym, whether or not the numbers using it will reduce. This could alleviate the problem. So I don't want to jump the gun and force council now to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to relocate a gym as an option just because, residents are complaining there. I think what we've got before us tonight is sensible, it's reasonable, it can be policed, and I think, we should be going with the recommendation on the business paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stravinas. Councillor Roberts.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, fine.
I have just firstly a question for staff. I note that point 2, commercial use of any kind is prohibited. Is that consistent with other outdoor gyms that we have in Randwick area? And were staff aware that that we modified the motion from last time to specifically remove that clause? So why has this clause been put back in?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, that clause is consistent with other or the commercial trainer policy, which is referenced within the report. I do apologise. I wasn't in attendance at the last meeting, Councillor, in which that clause may have been removed.
Well, yeah, we moved to remove it. We amended the motion. And in fact, I asked a question back then whether commercial users could use gyms. So what you're saying is they can use gyms or they can't in Randwick Council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, under the current policy, commercial trainers are not permitted to use the outdoor gyms.
So this recommendation is just reiterating the current policy of Randwick Council.
Correct, but there's no provision for them to not use, Councillor, through you, Mr. Mayor, there's no provision for them not to be able to use the surrounding park rather than the gym.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for clearing that up. My next question is that the roadmap to opening up at 80% will probably occur in early December. So I'm just concerned that if Councillor Matson moves his amendment to review these recommendations in 2 months, it may be redundant. I think we should see what happens once we open up again, and that won't happen until early December. So we're now in late September. So are we going to do a trial at the end of November when we're not going to open up till December? So my question is, would Councillor Matson be open to doing a review in 6 months, for example? So I'll just wait for Councillor Matson, I suppose, to speak. I think that the critical issues are music and the lighting and general noise levels. I'm just concerned about moving and the precedent that it would set. We have to share our parks. There's no one owns the parks, and that's a premium location down there. And I think an exercise gym, outdoor gym area could work there, or or elsewhere in that general area, but I would be very concerned about moving it. But I'm open to arguments with regard to that. So I'll support the recommendation. I'm a little bit disappointed with the commercial use, but if that's just being consistent, then that's another issue. And I would hope to look at this and its effectiveness, I think, after we open up. Otherwise, it'd be a waste of time doing a review in 2 months.
Amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, Councillor, you're next anyway. Yeah, Councillor Matson, go ahead.
Okay, I've circulated an initial amendment. It's on the screen for you. Residents, gym users and the Coogee Precinct Committee be consulted on the option of moving the site of the gym to the vicinity of Wiley's Baths. I wish to add a further point D, which would be operation on the Neptune Park site will be reviewed in 2 months with feedback from residents and gym users. I'd ask for a seconder for that.
It's not accepted.
I'd like to foreshadow an amendment.
I'd like a
Councillor Veach,
seconder if someone...
Actually, councillors, can I just see if there's a
I'll second
seconder first before we move on?
Yes, Councillor Veach, I'll second it. I'm happy to second it.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll address it now. Look, I'm fully aware of the pandemic. Last year, I warned that it wasn't over, and sorry, but I was proved right. So I'm conscious that the pandemic adds a dynamic to this. I've read the report. I note that because of the pandemic, we are being more relaxed with the way the use by gym users of parks. We understand that there is stress and that people do need to have physical activity. But as I said at the last meeting, stress works both ways in a pandemic. It hits at residents around these facilities as well, because they have the same restrictions, they're confined to home. I think the choice of reviewing in 2 months is very appropriate. We may have achieved a point where the level of vaccination means that a lot of this pressure will naturally go, but it may not. And instead, we might leave a festering sore of contention between our residents and the gym users. It is appropriate, I do believe, that we review it in 2 months. As the residents have pointed out, there does need to be consultation with them. The review that was conducted is described as an internal review. I don't have a problem with it, but obviously the residents would have liked to have been involved. So my new point D will address that. With the point C, the tentative attempt to find a new site. Look, I didn't introduce that at the previous meeting because I knew it would be contentious. But look, if the Neptune Park site is simply too small, too close to residents to actually work, then a council should be prepared to allow a low-level consultation with the gym users, with the residents and the precinct committee on the possibility of moving the site simply a few 100 metres at most. I understand my fellow councillors are committed to the principle of outdoor gyms, but yes, sure, but that doesn't mean we should just say to residents, no, we've made our decisions, you're going to live with it, we're not going to take any more consultation on it, you're stuck with it. No, that's not how a council works. Constituents have a right to ask for consultation and considerations of their just issues and their need to protect the amenity of both their properties and their tenants' properties. What sort of council are we if we simply say, no, we're going to wait maybe 6 or 8 months until the pandemic is over and you're going to have to just accept it? No, I think 2 months is good. It is essentially the same recommendation that's on the business paper. but the really just looking at a possible feasible change. Thank you very much, councillors.
Before I go to you, Councillor Beach, a seconder, Councillor Nielsen has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, a question to the relevant officer. If in fact we find that we are getting a number of complaints from nearby residents over the course of the next few months, would council officers consider informing the mayor and other councillors that there have been concerns and complaints and so on, and then we could consider a review rather than us necessarily having to put forward this as part of a motion?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Council officers, whilst we note the unacceptable behaviour that has been or the resident's been subject to for that particular gym in its current location, that was a location which council resolved to put the gym. There is no plans currently to relocate or move that particular gym. We are seeing similar instances of increased commercial gym use of our parks, not just outdoor gyms. So the majority of our coastal parks and a majority of our sporting fields have a similar arrangement at the moment to which Neptune Reserve is facing. We do expect that to decline or decrease and reach a level of normality post-COVID. I note the Speaker's concern for the thought of people enjoying the setup of outdoor areas. However, from just dialogue for our sports field supervisors who are out there maintaining these sites, we are seeing the thought process of people returning to their gyms, those indoor gyms when they can, and that may take place in the current roadmap. But at this stage, there is no thought process or workflow in place to consider the removal of that gym.
Okay, so Councillor Beach, a seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very happy to support this motion, this amendment rather. I totally understand Councillor Roberts' sentiment that public space is there to share, and we do have to be really mindful of that balance between the needs of the general community to access open space as well as residents. But I guess the fact is that as a number of people have said tonight, including the Speaker, that no one anticipated just how congested and busy many of our coastal areas would become during COVID, and the gyms have become, particularly the ones in these beautiful locations, have become very popular. I know I've received in Westwood complaints from residents about noise from local sporting infrastructure. And that's much, and in that particular instance, the other ward councillors, Westwood councillors, have probably received the same emails, and that's for sort of a much lower impact activity. The fact is, when people have been at home for months, they're working from home during the day, and then they're at home at night, like there's nowhere to go, you're not allowed to go out. And so noise becomes a real issue. It becomes really aggravating, and I think people need to know that they can come to council and feel that the councillors will listen and try to come to a solution that will work for everyone. So I hope you'll consider voting in support of Councillor Matson's very reasonable amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Beach. So, councillors, remember we're speaking on the amendment now. So it's Councillor Shuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm thinking that I totally in support of this motion, except for the 2 months. I really feel, Councillor Matson, that 2 months is not enough, and I'm thinking 3 months, because I'm talking about, opening up, and I think that in 3 months we'll get a much better feel for how this is being used. I mean, I think we have to take into account this is the closest gym that we have to residents. All our other gyms, outdoor gyms, are far away from residential sites. This is the closest one that we have, and I think 3 months. The pressure will be off. And I'm just asking the councillor whether he would.
Councillor Matson, do you agree to that?
Can I ask if the seconder would be agreeable to that? Councillor Beach.
Yes, if you wish to change it, I'm happy to support.
Thank you, councillor. Look, Mr. Mayor, I don't think I've got any choice. We'll change it to 3 months.
Thank you, councillor.
I'm not happy, but I'll do it.
Thank you, councillor Matson.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not in support of this amendment. I'm in support of the business paper as per the recommendations. I feel that the consultation period, it was already completed before the installation of the gym. I feel that the residents, gym users and Coogee Precinct Committee be considered on the option of moving the site. It's predetermining that the site is the wrong location, even though that location was already selected and voted on. So removing C and D means it's back to the original recommendations, and that's what I'll be voting on tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Bowen.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm sort of probably in the same camp as Councillor Roberts, because I would be open to a longer period before it came back to council for review, say 6 months, for the reason that I don't think 2 months, definitely not long enough. 3 months, again, not long enough, because 3 months is get us to the end of December. It'll be right smack bang in the middle of the holiday period. And if, as I understand it, the way vaccination is tracking, we're going to be at 80% double vaxxed in mid-November. And it's my understanding, of course, there's the council election is on in the first week of December. So this is really going to take it into the next council, the amendment that's before us. And I think for it to be a wholesale review, it should encompass the whole of the summer period. So I think the 6 month period is correct. Now, I anticipate that the mover and perhaps the seconder don't want to do the 6 months, so in which case I'd find myself not able to support. However, I'd just like to add that I think we have to think about the entire community with the outdoor gyms, which, you know, I've always been very supportive of. I think the first one was opened at Maroubra Beach. And they've been a huge success. And that was one of the first in Sydney, by the way. And now they're virtually all through the metropolitan area because they are such a valuable addition and piece of community infrastructure. And I think part of it is there's lots of people who don't like going to a gym but who like working out, or who are perhaps, you know, more mature people, or people who have some form of injury or disability, who really enjoy getting outside, going, using this equipment for their fitness. And I can well understand the residents, you know, have probably had a bit of a time of it while COVID's on. The coastal walk has just been absolutely, you know, smashed. But I think if what we're told is that we're going to return to normality, hopefully very soon, we would have to be able to have a more considered, you know, assessment of the issue. And I think you need a longer period of time. So I suppose my question is, if the mover is minded to extend it to 6 months, so I would support that. But if that's not the case, then I just support the recommendation. I gather from the silence that there's no changing. So,
Mr. Mayor, look, deferring it for 6 months makes intervention on behalf of residents totally meaningless. They just.
I will add this, Councillor Matson. Sorry, not.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Matson, I just want to add that 3 months will take it into, as Councillor Bowen made me realise, that we'll take it into December, and there's no December meeting, and there'll be a January meeting. So it's either going to be 2 months or 4 months or 6 months?
How about 4 months, Mr. Mayor?
Because that will put it into the January meeting, I think.
Yes, 4 months, my fellow East Ward councillors. How about that?
I'm a huge fan of splitting the difference, so I'll go with 4 months.
I'm going to miss you, mate.
Councillor Veach, is that okay with you as well?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Trevinos.
Mr. Mayor, look, I'm happy to support having the option of reviewing it in 4 months, but what I'm not happy about is Part C, where we consider the option of moving the gym to the vicinity of Wiley's Baths. Now, Mr. Mayor, who's to say that if we do decide to move this gym, that you're not going to have other residents complaining about the noise? Noise does travel, especially in an open space like a park. So whether we move it 400 or 500 metres down the road, or whether we move it 400 or 500 metres up the road, you're always going to have someone who would likely complain about the noise. And I feel that really this sets a very bad precedent where you know, like if we get future complaints from residents saying to us that, you know, oh, look, I'm not happy about an outdoor gym causing noise, you know, across the road from my house, then we set a bad precedent if we consider now talking about relocating a gym. And what is the cost to the ratepayer? How much is this going to cost to relocate this gym? I'm all for the review in 6 months' time. I think 4 months again is too short, but there is no way in the world that I'd be supporting any amendment that looks at relocating an entire gym. Because either way, I believe you will still have residents complaining, whether it's up the road or further down the road. You're always going to have someone complain about the noise. Noise does travel. And again, I feel that we need to give it time for us to come out of lockdown to see just how many people are going to be utilising the gym. I think 4 months is still not enough. I think, you know, a 6 month trial period would be perfect. And I'm happy to incorporate that into the original recommendation on the business paper with Councillor Andrews. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Andrews. Can I speak to the next?
What is that noise?
That's yours, I think, Councillor Andrews. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I can't support the recommendation.
Sorry, Councillor Andrews, it's doing it again.
Get your phone away from your computer.
It's got nothing to do with it. Is that better, Mr. Mayor?
That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I don't support the amendment which is currently before us. I foreshadow to amend the motion that I have moved with Councillor Stavrinos to adopt paragraph D rather than 4 months to 6 months. It was Councillor Matson, Mr. Mayor, that, you know, with consultation of the local community, it was Councillor Matson that decided to place this gym at this particular location. We went to consultation with our community and Councillor...
That is not true, Councillor.
Well, it is, Councillor Matson. You need to look at the record. And you were the supporter of Neptune Reserve, Councillor Matson.
Not correct, Councillor.
There were 2 other locations.
Not correct.
The ward councillor, Councillor Matson, had decided, listening to his precinct committee, that Neptune Reserve was out of mind, out of sight, and that's where the gym.
Not correct, Councillor.
It's now come back to bite him, and he now.
Mr. Mayor, I must
protest. Councillor Andrews, just
point of order, with all respect, Mr. Mayor.
Actually, Councillor Matson, Councillor Andrews, I agree with the point of order. Please stick to your foreshadowed amendment. But we're still talking about the amendments, and I've still got Councillor Roberts and Councillor Neeson who want to speak. So, Councillor Roberts, go ahead.
I haven't finished, Mr. Mayor.
Oh,
thank you.
We'll move on.
He now wants to spend ratepayers' money to again move his gym.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. You've ruled on that point of order.
Andrews, you can speak on those matters when we come back, if we come back to the to your motion, original motion. So, Councillor Roberts.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I cannot support this amendment. I support a 6 month trial So I've heard a couple foreshadows. So I will support a 6-month trial to signal to the community that you're open to moving this gym that costs a fortune to put in at this early stage. I think is the wrong thing to do. We need to let the trial run, see what happens once we open up again and we've got 80+% fully vaccinated in the community. Maybe lots of people will go back to the indoor gyms. Let's just let things settle down. Let these new regulations that have been recommended tonight, give them a chance to work, see how it falls, and then go from there. To start talking about moving the gym before we even give the pandemic vaccination a chance to get people back indoors and let these regulations work is not the right way to go. So on that basis, I cannot support this amendment. Point C, talking about moving it is way too early in the piece. Let's give it a 6-month trial. Let's see how it is then. And if it's still dysfunctional, we could consider potentially moving it at that point. But as I said earlier, I'm very uncomfortable about moving gyms based on, perceived amenity on other members of the community. We all own our parks, not certain members of the community own the parks. We all share it, and we need to find out that middle ground. I think these regulations that we have here potentially strike that balance. Let's find out in 6 months. This amendment's too early. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. So Councillor Shuri has a question and then councillors will put it. So Councillor Shuri, your question?
I just heard councillors talking about cost a fortune to move this gym to another. Do we have an estimated cost of how much that might be? It's probably a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Todd, I would think.
Thank you. So is that through you, Mr. Mayor? I'll respond to that one. I don't have a relocation cost. The capital cost for the installation of that particular gym was between the 100,000 to the 150,000 mark from memory. So an indication of relocation would be that capital cost again for the installation at the new site, plus on top of that, the refurbishment of where the gym currently lies. So you could say approximately 150,000, give or take.
Okay. So sorry, councillors, there was Councillor Nielsen, and then we'll put it. So
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to echo the statements or the comments that have been made by other councillors who have been opposing the amendment. My particular concern is the point C, which Councillor Roberts was addressing and others have too. And those of us know that the vicinity of Wiley's Bars is not an option anyway. So this is not really a reasonable option for us. And so I just don't see how we can possibly support this amendment. I don't mind, and I'm glad that Councillor Andrews and Councillor Stavridis have accepted that it can be reviewed in 6 months. So I'm happy with us going back to the original motion, and we've got the benefit of the 6-month review, but option C in this amendment is not an option at all.
So councillors, I'll put it. So I'm putting the amendment. So all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against?
Aye. No. No.
So I'd say that I declare that lost. So we go back to the original motion with
Mr. Mayor, division.
Too late. Mr. Mayor, there's a call for a division. I second that call.
Yeah, that's what you got to give me, Mr. Mayor, with all respect.
Okay, I'll do the division. That's fine.
Thank you.
So I'll go around the horseshoe as per usual. Councillor Hamilton?
Against.
Councillor Shuri?
For.
Councillor Nielsen?
Against.
Councillor Veach?
For.
Councillor Stavridis?
Against.
Councillor Luxford?
Against.
Councillor Parker?
Against.
Councillor Singh?
Against.
Councillor Andrews?
Against.
Councillor Bowen?
Against.
Councillor Matson?
For.
Councillor Roberts?
Against.
Councillor De Rocha?
Against.
Councillor De Souza?
Against.
And the Mayor's against, so I declare that lost. So we go back to the motion with the amendment that now has point C.
Let's just put it, Mr. Mayor. Can we
So,
put it?
okay.
I'd like to speak very quickly.
Question, Mr. Mayor. Has the mover accepted the 6-month review?
Yes.
Yes.
He
We have.
suggested it, Councillor
Yeah,
Matt.
I suggested it. We suggested it.
Oh,
Yeah,
the mover did.
I've been on this council a long time. I know what can happen.
Was there a foreshadowed amendment from Councillor Shuri?
Yes, but it's been incorporated.
No, that was to go to 4
It was
months.
incorporated.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Beach.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak very briefly, Mr. Mayor.
The mover, Councillor Andrews. I can't see you. Yep.
Thanks, Mr. I asked the matter to be put. I think we've discussed this enough.
Okay, thank you. So, councillors, all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Declare that carried. So we have had Miss Jacqueline Elodie waiting in the wings. I hope she's still there.
Yes, I can see her.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. So just in case you never heard, Ms. Elodie, you have 3 minutes with an extension of 1 minute to speak. So go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Apologies for my technical issues. My name is Jacqueline Eliades. I'm addressing Councillor Matson's motion. All residents of Sydney have a right to the equitable provision of sewerage services. This right should not depend on where one lives. It should not be constrained by the fortuitous survival of outdated arrangements or systems put in place before proper modern sewerage was provided throughout this city. The operating licence of Sydney Water provides that Sydney Water is authorised and required to provide, construct, operate, manage and maintain efficient systems and services for providing sewage services and disposing of wastewater within its area of operations. Sydney Water must ensure that services for the disposal of wastewater are available on request for connections to any property situated in its area of operations. In operating licence, the definition of wastewater includes sewage. The area of operations includes Coogee. The quarterly bill I received from Sydney Water and Pay includes exactly the same charge for sewage service as is charged to the owners of houses connected directly to Sydney Water wastewater services. I very much support this motion and urge its adoption by Council in order to remove the distress suffered by Carrington Road residents affected by the effluent overflows in the southern section. Sydney Water's claims that it cannot implement long-term repairs seems to be totally at odds with the mandates of its operating licence. I support the motion's call for Council to request the Minister to facilitate transfer of ownership to Sydney Water. I would, however, like to stress the absolute importance of Part D, point 4 of the motion. The Minister should require Sydney Water to take ownership of the northern section of the sewerage pipe. The Council should do everything in its power to ensure that Sydney Water provides the same service to ratepayers affected by this situation as it provides to all other ratepayers. As I reside on the eastern side of the southwest corner of the intersection of Carrington and Allison Roads, I am the last property the sewerage flows through, as well as the most common point of blockage. I have lived in this residence only 5 years, and twice in that time, the block line has caused the flowing of raw feces, toilet paper, urine, tampons and wipes into my front courtyards and side passage. The most recent blockage was on Monday the 13th of September, 2 weeks ago. It will happen again. It is a health hazard and an environmental issue for both myself and the community in general. I implore you to support Councillor Matson's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to take questions, please?
Yes, I'm happy to.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions? Oh, Councillor Roberts, is that right? Or are you waving? Oh, no, I think he's just waving his family.
No, he wants to speak, I think.
I have a question.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for talking to us tonight. could you just clarify for councillors? It's like you're in an island of properties that have no sewage service, aren't you? So it's your property, but there's about another 20 or 30?
There's 28 properties on this antiquated private line that runs up from...
It runs halfway up Carrington Road, sort of.
It runs halfway up
Road.
Carrington Road, and then in the western side of Raleigh Street as well. And then our 28 properties then join and also so-called private line from the corner of Carrington and Allison Roads, 200 metres down Carrington Road. And those pipes have been there and untouched for 110 years. So the blockages keep happening. And what happened, how this came up was the raw sewage flowing outside 191 Carrington Road. I'm 169, so I'm upstream, but I'm the downstream of all the other properties.
Yeah, all the other properties up the hill from you.
Yeah.
And so what you're saying is Sydney Water have sewage services to every property around your block of 30 properties, but they won't serve your group of 30 properties. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Thank you, Mrs. Elliott.
Yes, sorry, Councillor
Beach, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question. I don't know if someone is able, I know the motion contains, this is just might be, I'm going to ask the question, but just to clarify and follow on from Councillor Roberts' question, the motion does contain a map. Is it possible to get that put up for the benefit of the other councillors of the 28?
Actually, Councillor Beach, we can do that in the debate, but you can ask the question now and then we'll debate if the map can go up. We'll give Mr. Kelly some time.
Councillor Roberts asked you, about the local infrastructure, and I can see from this map that the 28 properties are bounded by Carrington Road to the west, I think, Allison Road to the south, and Raleigh Street to the east. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you've got 14 or so properties backing onto each other in a kind of a block. Is that roughly correct?
That is correct.
So is there Sydney Water sewage infrastructure on any of those streets, on Carrington, Allison or Raleigh, or in fact in an easement in the sort of where your backyards would face each other, as you would see in many other properties around Randwick, where you could connect your private line directly through your front entrance to your property or through your backyard? Do you have that?
It doesn't appear so on the diagrams, and the closest Sydney Water line is diagonally opposite, starting on the south side of Carrington at Allison. But we run down parallel to that, then cross across. Yeah, so it's this antiquated system of a private sewage line, which a lot of people have never heard of.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Any further questions? Okay, councillors, so what we'll do is, thank you, Ms. Illerity. Sorry, thank you very much. So because this is the last item, we'll go straight into it. Councillor Matson, would you like to speak? Oh, so do I have a seconder? Councillor Roberts. Okay, and then Councillor Matson, go ahead. And councillors, Mr. Kelly hasn't got available to put the map up, so what we'll do is, it's on page, if you have your business paper in front of you, it's on page 295, and that way you can see where it is.
Mr. Mayor, this has been a very frustrating process for everyone involved. There have been several online meetings between interested councillors, council officers and the MP for Coogee. We have realised that we are in an impasse. The only way we can get that presently joint privately owned sewerage line upgraded, made efficient, is to get Sydney Water to accept ownership of it. And Sydney Water does not want to accept ownership because, hey, they'll have to pay for it. And if they don't own it, they don't have to pay for repairs. They will not repair the line if it remains a private line. I researched the acts very closely. To me, the only thing we can do is use Section 47, Subclause 3 of the Sydney Water Act 1979. Under that section, Sydney Water can issue an acquisition notice to acquire any piece of sewerage infrastructure, including this privately owned sewer line, but they don't want to. So therefore, we have to go around them. We've tried asking them to do it. They will not do it. So that's the whole point of subclause 3 on page 289. I am suggesting that we go around them to the minister to facilitate transfer of ownership to Sydney Water by actually forcing them to issue one of these acquisition notices under the Land Acquisition Just Terms Act. We can't force Sydney Water to do it, but surely the minister can force Sydney Water to do it, even though it is a corporation. I see no other way open to us. It would be disastrous if Randwick City Council was forced to accept ownership of sewerage infrastructure. That would be a very unfair impact on our rate base and not in the general interests of our ratepayers. It's really, as the Speaker said, this is an unfair situation in that she and her other 28 owners or residents are being treated unequally by Sydney Water. Sydney Water can fix this if they take possession of the sewerage line. They won't do it, therefore we've got to go to the minister.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts, a second.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was at one of those online meetings where I learnt about this situation in quite detail, and to me, it's sort of two questions. And I'm obviously looking at it from the position of enjoying sewage services right out there. Something goes wrong, you pick up the phone, they sort it out. So my sort of question is, should Sydney Water take responsibility for this, or should these group of owners take responsibility for their private line? And frankly, when you look at it, it's a loophole that Sydney Water have got away with. It's a huge block of 28 individually owned properties just north of Allison, just east of Carrington Road. And, you know, they're trying it on, and they're not interested in doing what they're supposed to do. And what they're supposed to do is provide sewage services to the people of Sydney. So there's this old decrepit private line that probably most of the owners wouldn't even aware that they had responsibility for. And it's now coming to the end of its life. And this is where Sydney Water needs to step up and take a hold of its responsibilities. And so that's why we're just simply asking in this proposition to ask the minister to ensure Sydney Water exercises their responsibility. So the question really got to ask yourself is this a Sydney Water responsibility, or is this an owner's responsibility? And I ask you just walk in their shoes for a mile or two and ask yourself, you know, if you're in the middle of the eastern suburbs of Metro Sydney, one of the greatest livable cities in the whole world, should you expect to have a sewage service line provided to you by the state? I think you probably should expect that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm totally in support of this motion. This is 2021 and we've got raw sewage running down our streets. this can't continue, and we have to force Sydney Water to take responsibility. These people who are actually probably properties that run into the sewage line don't think they have any idea, and they're probably paying their water rates and their sewage rates just like everybody else, presuming that it is taken care of by Sydney Water. So we're in a really strange historical situation, but we all know that raw sewage running down the streets of Coogee is just not acceptable to anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shui. Any other speakers? So, Councillor Matson, do you want to just wrap it up?
Yeah, look, and the other problem is that if there are 28 owners, you can't get all of them to agree to any sort of coordinated action or response. It'll just take one or two of them not to want to be involved, and any attempt to use them falls over. So look, councillors, there's really no way forward. We've got to appeal to the Minister. This is just an unfair situation on our residents.
Thank you, Councillor. So I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
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 Aye. Those against?
Aye.
I declare that carried. So, councillors, we'll go straight into the business paper now, into the mayoral minutes. MM 26/21, Uncle Les Davison, and I read out his achievements before the meeting, but I'd just like to add, and you don't have this on your business paper, because we did some, it was suggested by Councillor Nielsen, and I've done some investigation, that Uncle Les doesn't appear on our Sporting Hall of Fame, our Championships Board, and I've investigated whether we could look into it. So there's a point B to this motion that Council endorses the special introduction of Uncle Les Davison to the Hall of Sporting Champion as an honorary posthumous addition. So, councillors, I put this to you, and all those in favour say aye.
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 Thank you. Thank you very much, councillors.
Thanks for doing
that. So, councillors, MM 27/21, support for the affected residents of Doncaster Avenue, ongoing impacts of Sydney Light Rail. This has been an ongoing issue since the light rail formed. The residents of Doncaster Avenue have been sort of underdone. They've been promised a lot of amenities. There have been a lot of fix-ups. Council has done its part. We only have the bamboo wall to go, whereas the suppliers, AstraZeneca and etc., have been, the council, they were meant to be getting good air conditioning. They were meant to get noise mitigation and also light mitigation, but unfortunately, they've been offered substandard products. So we've been asked to get their local state MP, Ron Honing, the Mayor, and also to make a representation to the Minister of Transport to try to override the substandard products that have been offered. So I'll go in order of the hands. Councillor Stavrinos.
Mr. McQueen. Oh, sorry, my hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'd like to commend you for coming out to a meeting with the residents in Doncaster Avenue. You're right, this issue has been going on for far too long. The only way it can be resolved now is with ministerial interference. And I think, with the issue having dragged on for such a long time, we really need to resolve this issue. There aren't that many residents there. There shouldn't be difficulty in providing them with better amenity. And I think that this mayoral minute that you've put up is commendable. I've put up motions. Councillor Veach has put up motions. Councillor Luxford has also, had meetings with residents there as well. So, look, we've done what we can as a council, and now the responsibility should be put back on the state government to deliver for these residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shuri. Councillor Luxford. Councillor Luxford.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I too commend this motion. These residents, we were all present at a meeting in Doncaster Avenue, and they're only seeking, the kind of mitigation products and things that other residents in other suburbs have got. They just want, equality and fairness, and you're right, the council has done its part in this, and we have supported the residents to the best of our ability. But now the state government needs to take this on board and, provide fairness to the residents of Doncaster Avenue so they receive the same sort of treatment that the residents in Devonshire Street in Surrey Hills got. And that's all they're asking for. So I commend this, and let's hope we can get the minister on board here to hear their grievances. Thank you.
Councillor Shuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It has been a long time. I was the mayor in question that met with the minister at the time, and he promised me mitigation for these residents. That was 5 years ago, and still they haven't got what he promised me. And I commend you, Mr. Mayor, for taking this up further, because it's outrageous that they haven't got what was promised to them.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to join my fellow councillors in thanking you for bringing this Mayoral Minute to Council tonight and advocating for these residents. Yeah, it really is just hard to understand. It's a relatively small group of households asking for just basic mitigation, as I think Councillor Luxford mentioned, on par of what residents on Devonshire Street in Surrey Hills were offered, because of their very close proximity to the infrastructure there, in this case, the light rail stabling yard. I know that, so I hope you're meeting with the Minister. I hope you're able to obtain that meeting and that it's successful. I know the residents are also very keen to get that bamboo planted and maybe some other landscaping. There's been a few issues there, so that's more of a council matter. So if that's something you're able to look into as well, I'm sure they would be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beach. And Councillor Bowen.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'd just like to congratulate you on the Mayoral Minute, and I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge the residents of Doncaster, Avenue and Kensington generally, because of what they've had to put up with this light rail project. And I think it's worth just stating on the record that, I can recall going to see the then Transport Minister. It's probably in 2014 about concerns of the council and in particular around Doncaster Avenue, and just being told very bluntly that this project was going ahead. They didn't need us. They weren't interested in what we had to say. And really that's been the mentality that's been our residents in Doncaster Avenue there and elsewhere in our city have had to put up with in relation to this much troubled project. So I congratulate you on the Mayoral Minute.
Thank you, councillors. So, councillors, I'll put it to you. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Again,
Aye.
I declare that carried. Mayoral Minute MM 29/21, commemorating Noah Basara. We've been asked by the parents, a group of parents from South Coogee Public School, and I've met with these mothers, and they're very appreciative to councils if you do approve this. The family, obviously, the loss of a child is very tragic, and it brought the school community together. So the least we could do for this, and they're good community members, and the least we could do for this family and the school is to provide this plaque. So, councillors, I commend this Mayoral Minute to you, and all those in favour say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you, councillors. I declare that carried. MM 30/21, the Coogee Rainbow Walkway. As you know, councillors, this was a temporary addition to Coogee Promenade. But since then, it's become it's put the council in a great position of diversity and inclusion. It also has become something that council and all our council brochures, I think you've noticed that we use it. There's kids jumping on it, kids running on it. It's families standing on there. It's bright, it's happy. And not only do we use it for all our photography and promotions, but only last week it was the ABC's Instagram pick of the week, and that's national. So I really think this is a great addition to our LGA. It just is something of a little bit of joy during these times of pandemic when there's a lot of sadness. It's a welcome addition to that walkway. It covers the concrete. It just looks good. It seems perfect in that rainbow shape. And many people from the LGBTQI community have congratulated council on their inclusiveness. So, councillors, unless there's any discussion, Councillor D'Souza, sorry, go ahead.
Have a question?
Yeah, Councillor I'll go to the question first. Sorry, Councillor Andrews.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. Have we consulted with the community in regards to extending this? I note that we do consult with the community on a number of events. I just think it would be appropriate to consult with the local precinct committee and also the community in regards to continuing this. Have you?
We haven't, and it's come to the council as councillors. Sometimes we do have to make decisions without consultation because as we all know that all our councillors here know their communities, and I know that you'll be voting in charge of your communities and thinking about what they would prefer. And what we're doing is we're actually, rather than just not only just keeping it, but we're not removing it and spending money on and removing it. So it was only built to be temporary, but it's actually built to last at the moment. So I wouldn't consider taking it. I think it would be a waste of community time and money because I think I'm relying on the councillors to know their community. So I'll put it to the vote, but if you don't want to pass it, I'll accept it. Lost.
Mr. Mayor, I haven't finished.
So,
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I asked a question now. Can I speak on the matter? Mr. Mayor, my understanding is we spoke about consultation. You spoke about that we know our local community. And Mr. Mayor, this council made a huge error when we removed the temporary one way of Coogee Bay Road. And our local community was consulted and asked that it remain. The majority of our community asked that it remain. I feel that as a councillor, we should be consulting with our local community in respect to this. I had no issue when this went up originally, but it was a one-off thing, which was great for our community, and it got a lot of coverage. But as a council, it's a dangerous precedent we're setting now to say let's go and paint something yellow or blue and whatever, and not consult with our community. There needs to be community consultation. This council is built around community consultation. And what you just said to me a few minutes ago, did not stack up when you removed Coogee Bay Road. So,
Councillor Andrews, I'll just add to that part that we do have an arts and culture strategy which does include public art on walls, etc. And I don't think we included community consultation on every wall, but I'll allow you to finish. Unless if you have finished, I'll move on to Councillor D'Souza.
I'm not pressing the issue. If other councillors aren't of the view there needs to be consultation, I'm just asking the question. I've seen a number of things in Coogee of late, and I know a lot of residents in Coogee who are in favour and are against it, and a lot of people were in favour of Coogee Bay Road, but council did not listen to them. So I'm just concerned that a lot of things are happening in Coogee, and Councillor Matson especially has been an advocate of the local precinct committee, and I just thought maybe we should just throw this over to the local precinct committee as a representative of the community just to hear what they've got to say about it. That's all.
Councillor Sousa, you had your hand up first, but somehow it ended at the end bottom.
I apologise.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'm very impressed and I support exactly what you're doing on this. Now, I may have been a skeptic initially, but I can see that it's brought the community together. And not so long ago, you asked for support on Noah Basira's seat. And I tell you something, I've got one dedicated to my parents at Coogee. These kind of actions initiate conversations. And they make people ask, who is Noah or what happened to him? Or in this case, the rainbow connection. What it shows is diversity. What it shows is inclusiveness. What it shows is acceptance. These things, when they congeal together, form a very strong community. Good on you. You have my support. Actually, you won my support on this by your actions, and you've shown me and others that we can do things better in Randwick City. Diversity is important, and equity and social justice is just as important. Well done, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor D'Souza. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I voted for this as a temporary instalment for Mardi Gras and enjoyed each time I've been there, enjoyed seeing it greatly. I have to agree with Councillor Andrews in the sense of we do need to always speak to the community and hear all voices before we make a permanent fixture. And this is not just a pearl shell opening with a turtle sitting on top of it on a concrete pathway. This is a political statement. So I am in favour, and I have always been. I do also recognise that there are people in the community that would like to have a say in a permanent fixture in such a public place that is, it makes a political statement. And I think that we should be very careful when we do this.
Councillor Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully support this Merrill Minute. I'm very pleased that you've brought it forward. I echo the sentiments of Councillor D'Souza. This is a statement about inclusivity, about acceptance, and there are times I totally agree that there, on many occasions, most occasions probably, we do need to go out and consult with the community on infrastructure and projects that are taking place, that are being constructed in our suburbs and town centres. But there's also a place for council and councillors to step up and say that we support diverse members of our community, that we stand with you. We know that the LGBTQI community is often the worst impacted by mental health issues, by a range of quite serious issues. And since that was installed, I've, and possibly not quite likely other councillors as well, received many emails and so on, comments, just saying how happy and grateful they were. I think it would be a shame to go out. I think it would become a divisive issue if this were to be taken to a consultation, because it wouldn't become a consultation about, a painted footpath or a painted step. It would de facto become a consultation around support for the LGBTQI community. I don't think that was something any of the councillors would have intended, but it may turn that way. So I think in this instance, let's celebrate this community. It looks beautiful. Apart from anything else, I think it looks very beautiful. It's colourful and bright and happy, and I think that's something that everyone appreciates at this quite dark time in our LGA's and our entire world's obviously history. And this sort of colourful and inclusive statement, I think, it should be here to stay. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Beach. Councillor Sang.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering if we are going ahead to have this permanent fixture, can we have a plaque with a statement to show our support for diversity and inclusivity. At the moment, we are not going to have anything apart from what is already there, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I know the vast majority of our residents and Sydney-siders will know what the colours represent, but there are a small minority, especially overseas visitors. They won't know what it means. So I was just wondering if we could include a small plaque at an appropriate spot.
Great idea, Ted.
That's a brilliant idea, Ted.
Brilliant idea, Ted.
Very good, Ted.
Well,
Councillor
amazing.
Singh.
I don't know. Thank you, Ted. And I'm not sure how you do an amendment to a minute, but if Mr. Kelly can actually just add to the motion that there's a plaque just explaining, it doesn't need dates or names, it just needs an explanation of inclusivity and the way Randwick Council enjoys inclusiveness.
Inclusiveness is the word. There's no inclusivity.
Yeah. Diversity and inclusiveness.
Yes, and inclusiveness.
Symbolise diversity, inclusiveness, and acceptance of all.
Can we do that, please?
Yep, that's fine. I've added that to the. Thank you, Councillor Singh, for that. But we still have Councillor Matson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Look, as an East Ward councillor, I haven't received any negative feedback about what's there at the moment. The precinct committee hasn't been sending me any angry emails demanding it be pulled down because they're mature people who are proud of their council taking a solid position on this issue. And good on you for putting up this mayoral minute.
Thank you. Councillor Shuri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree. I think this is a great mayoral minute. I just have a question through you to probably the general manager. Have you received any complaints about this rainbow pavement art at Coogee? I've only received, as a councillor, compliments and well dones. I just wondered if we received any that Councillor Andrews is thinking that there are.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have received many compliments. We've also received, I would say, a handful of complaints, but I don't have the number, a very small number.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shuri. Councillor Bowen.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. East Ward Councillor, fully support your mayoral minute. I think it's a great idea and very much in keeping with my ward's long, proud tradition of progressive tolerance.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. So, councillors, I'll commit. Oh, sorry, Councillor De Rocha.
I just want to commend you on this motion too, Mr. Mayor. I think inclusiveness is so important in today's society, and what Councillor Vitch said is exactly right too. To this thing here, it represents a lot more than just inclusiveness now. It's become a symbol of acceptance in so many ways, and I think that everyone that I've seen, everyone that I come across, they actually love it. So well done.
Thank you, Councillor De Rocha. So, councillors, I commend this mayoral minute to you, and all those in favour say aye.
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 Against? I declare that carried.
Can we note that it was unanimously supported, Mr. Mayor, in the minutes? I didn't hear anyone opposing it.
I appreciate that, Councillor Matson. I will say that it was voted unanimously.
And great work, Councillor Singh, adding that extra clause for the plaque. That's beautiful.
Thank you, Councillor De Rocha.
So, councillors, MM31/21. I'd just like to say that, as you know, this has actually come about as of today. But I do have a question for the General Manager, because I was asked on social media, and I know Councillor Veach has asked the same question, and I just need to know if she's just found out any information that we were originally told it was between the ages of 12 to 59, but on the advertisement from South Eastern Health, it was 16 to 59. And I'm just wondering if we found out any information about what happened to that 12 to 16 age gap by any possibility. GM.
It's from 12, Mr. Mayor.
Well, the advertisement came out that the advertisement that came from South Eastern Health was 16 and up. So we're just wondering why the discrepancy, if there was any possibility we found out why that had changed.
I think the guidelines changed from 16 to 12. That's what the recommendation target.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did put an inquiry in today because the initial discussions with council were that it would be from 12 years up. And the manager of communications is actually online at the moment, and so I might just get him to jump on and explain the position in relation to 12-year-olds.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hayes? Yep.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did check with New South Wales Health today, and they advise that they will take bookings for children aged 12 to 16. They're just not publicly advertising that. And when I asked, they said there's some complex reasons behind that.
Oh, okay.
Target guidelines are well.
So I'll remove that because that's already happened. So MM31/21 is removed, and thank you for answering those questions, General Manager and Mr. Haight.
Mr. Mayor, I have a procedural motion, if possible, please.
Yeah, sure. Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, as you know, I have a notice of motion later on, and I was hoping we could blend the two together. The sentiment is the same. It'll just save time, and we can address both.
I've removed mine because we've had an answer. So if I join yours to mine, that means we're removing yours as well, Councillor.
Oh, no, I wouldn't want to do that. But in saying that, then I'll just leave it as it is and allow the process to continue.
So now MM32/21, the opposition to proposal of Opal and the Sewers Group for the construction of an incinerator at Matchville Paper Mill site. Councillors, there was a waste to energy policy statement came out, and there was three main concerns in this policy: that waste to energy plants should be banned in the Sydney Basin, and they should only be there to replace coal and petroleum, and the plant in Matraville is based on natural gas, and that the emissions shouldn't be harmful. Any emissions, it says, avoid any exposure of high population centres, and it's 100 metres away from residents, that it should avoid any extra air pollutants, is beyond any reasonable healthy acceptance. So based on these fundamental reasons, that we think that this, as a council, I'm imploring you to adopt this so that we take it on board and we take it to the minister, that we just need clarity, because we are positive this should not happen based on all those facts, which is actually written by the EPA and endorsed by the minister himself. But we just need the minister to stipulate that this plant cannot be built at Matraville, and he's the only one who can tell us, and perhaps maybe even Minister Stokes could also be involved. But we just need some clarity, and we need to know what's happening for the residents, not only of Matraville, but the entire Randwick LGA. So if there's no speakers, I'll put it to you, councillors. All those in favour say aye.
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 Those against? Declare that carried. MM33/21, advocacy for Wi-Fi and internet access for social housing areas in Randwick City. This came from Councillor Nielsen a few months back, asked us to investigate Wi-Fi in social housing areas. As you know, due to COVID, everyone's at home most of the day, online shopping, online schooling, online virtually everything we do these days. And unfortunately, vulnerable people in social housing only go by hotspots and use their phones, etc. We investigated the whole idea of council providing Wi-Fi, but it just became too expensive. So what we're doing is we're going to write to ministers, shadow ministers for communications and public housing, and implore them to at least put up Wi-Fi amongst those vulnerable centres, mainly around South Coogee, Lexington and Bilga, and that way these people can enjoy the same lifestyle that we all have. So if there's no one to speak on it, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Declare that carried. And there's one additional, you should have an additional mayoral minute that I'll bring up on my phone. It came through today, MM35/21. It was sent out by email, and virtually it's just congratulating the Lions Club for their COVID-19 Healthcare Heroes initiative to recognise hospital frontline workers. And the mayoral minute's to congratulate the Coogee Lions for all the work they've done in the past. They've worked well with council. I think they collect money and they do the barbecue at the carols and fireworks, etc. And they've come up with a great idea to an initiative to fundraise and at the same time give out some vouchers and help to the nurses at Prince of Wales Hospital during the work they're doing during the pandemic. So all they've asked council to do is to promote their Healthcare Heroes initiative on our social media and communication channels. So it's at really no cost to us apart from promoting it, and they really do it. They deserve this because they do a great job. So all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against, I declare that carried. So now we go to in seriatim.
Urgent business.
Oh, sorry, urgent business. Sorry.
Yes, I have an urgent business. I think David has the email. Councillors, an issue came to my attention today that would be of grave concern to residents of Randwick, especially parents, and that is you can't buy chips at Des Renford if you go there today or moving forward. You can't. That was an attempt at a joke. But you basically, the kiosks...
Glad you told us, Councillor.
Yes.
You're meant to be eating health food.
My chips.
Hot ones or cold ones?
Hot chips. You can't get hot chips at Des Renford.
It's because there's too much water, mate.
Okay, so the kiosk is closed. Well, it's open, but it's takeaway only. And I went there today with my 4 kids, expecting to buy some lunch for the kids, taking advantage of the outdoor pool. And I went up to the kiosk and I was quite shocked, and I'm sure many other parents were quite puzzled by it. And I found out from staff what the reason was. And it's because the kiosk is classified as a cafe, and under the current rules of the health order, cafes can't have dine-in customers. So to me, it's bureaucracy gone crazy. So I think if council could write a letter to the health minister asking that council pool kiosks in Greater Sydney be exempt from this you can't eat in edict, which would allow families sitting out on the grass, out in the open outdoor space at the local pool to buy some chips. That's it. So just write a letter to the minister and potentially reverse this. Thank you very much.
Okay, so councillors, I'll put it to you first to see if it is urgent business. So all those in favour say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye. Those against?
No. No.
Frivolous, mate. It's frivolous.
Yeah. Sorry about the.
Actually, can everyone unmute, because I think there was 2 for and 2 against. There's not very a lot of. So all those in favour say aye.
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 But it's not urgent, business, for heaven's sake.
It is urgent. The pools have opened on Monday. Today is Tuesday.
Hang on, let's take the votes against.
Okay, so we'll take the votes. Councillor Luxford is still on mute. Councillor Stavrinos is still on mute.
Sorry.
All those, we're voting on whether this is urgent or not. So all those in favour of making this urgent say aye.
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 Against?
No.
That carried, so it's urgent. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Roberts?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Councillor Luxford, seconded.
Thank you, Councillor
Councillor
Luxford.
Roberts, do you wish to speak again,
I
or
like
you
hot
just
chips.
go to the seconder?
The hot chip eaters.
We had salada biscuits for lunch.
So, Councillor Luxford, do you wish to speak as seconder?
Well, I commend Councillor Roberts. Like, it may seem frivolous to some people, but if our kiosks can't open and operate and we are able to, have the pool open, we got to make a buck too. But, all kids, including my own, when they were, Councillor Roberts' children's age, loved going for their swim and their treat of hot chips or a hot dog or whatever from the kiosk. So cafes can do takeaway. Why can't we?
Actually, councillors, I've never seen the hands go up so quickly. It's such a most important issue. So I can see Councillor Andrews, but I've got a line-up of people. So Councillor Shuri.
Let's just move it, eh?
Yeah, I was going to say, can we just move it? Because I think
I'm quite happy.
Sorry,
happy to
Mr. Mayor,
support
my hand up was from before. I don't.
Okay.
Do I have to take it down? Sorry, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so I beg your
I'd like
pardon.
to speak, Mr. Mayor.
It's Councillor
No,
Beach.
Councillor Bowen.
I just
Go
had a
ahead. Go ahead.
question.
I'll ask the question.
Thanks,
I'll go to the
Mr.
question first. Question
Yeah.
first, Councillor Beach.
I'm very happy to support this. My question was, given that most other cafes are able to prepare food and serve it to take away, and in this case it would be not eating inside but going and sitting on the grass. I'm just wondering if there has to be an exemption. Like, can't it just be done under the current rules without even applying for an exemption? This would be through to the relevant council officer.
I can answer that as well if you want.
I'll go to Councillor. Sorry to Mr. Todd Clark. Sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Council's kiosk also falls under the hospitality COVID safe plan, in which takeaway food is required and not allowed to be ate on the residence or on the place or premise. Sorry, which then compromises the ability for someone to be able to buy hot chips and then sit on the grass. They would need to purchase the hot chips and then leave the premises. So not ideal from a customer perspective, but non-compliant from a public health order perspective.
Okay.
So we can't put a sign up and say you can buy it, but you must eat them outside on the way out rather than the way in. No.
In the car park.
Councillor Andrews, I think you had your hand up.
Car park.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the sentiment of the motion, but it appears in the next few weeks this motion will be redundant anyway. We're going to go with the current roadmap which has been proposed. We'll be back to normal anyway. You'll be able to buy chips.
Sorry, really? Councillor Bowen, you were next, and I'm sorry.
I'm happy to
thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I understand the sentiment, but I actually think we have to be extremely careful with this. We're a council. We're not specialists in health.
Exactly.
There's so many businesses that I've seen that have hit the wall in the last few months. There's other people who've got businesses under huge stress at the moment. They've had to close their business. And we've just had this crack of light that, we might get things might reopen. And I think the council himself said the pool's only been open since yesterday. I just think we need to be extremely careful about cherry picking issues because, my kids are cutting their own hair. There's so many different situations we can point to that we would say, well, this needs to be relaxed, that needs to be. But I'm not a doctor. I don't understand. I've got no expertise in pandemics. We have to go with the health advice. And while I understand the sentiment, a doctor would probably say, counsellor, your kids are better off eating saladas than chips, where does it end? So I just think I understand the concern, but, it's, although a psychiatrist might say their parents would be better off if their kids eat chips, I'd agree with that. But I think we just need to be careful about, wading into things we may not know a lot about. So I can't really support it. Sorry.
Councillor Stravinos, and then I'll put it. Thank you.
Mayor, look, I understand the sentiments of Councillor Roberts, but I do have a problem with it in that by the time we write to the Minister asking them to exempt kiosks, the public health orders will have already been lifted. I mean, we're talking about the lift occurring on the 11th of October. What's 2 weeks to wait having hot chips? Really? I mean, I just think it's a bit of a joke. And look, at the end of the day, okay, look, we've got to be careful as a council. We know that Randwick is a hotspot, and we know that people vaccinated and unvaccinated are going to be visiting this facility. So we've got to be very careful. Who's going to be there to police, telling visitors to the facility, sorry, you need to get your chips and get out of here and eat them outside? I could just see someone taking exception to this, especially when they've got 3 or 4 kids dragging along behind them. This could cause an issue for council. Look, I think I understand the sentiments of it, but there's no way that I'd be supporting it. I think, we've only got to wait another, 13 days until the restrictions are lifted. Let's be patient. We've already been in lockdown for 95, so let's wait a little bit more longer to wait for this benefit to come about for us. Thank you.
Thank you. So, councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
I'm going to close. Thank you. I'd like to close.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So all I'm asking councillors is that we write a letter, and council pools are parklands. They are parklands. Okay. So the health orders were written in the context of a cafe, enclosed area. So council pools are a complete parkland of grass. Okay. So all I'm asking is we write a letter to say you can buy some chips and a drink and go back to your towel on the grass. At the moment, you can't do that. And if you want to, if you think that's, if you think that's not acceptable, I just don't understand where you're coming from, frankly. And on the 11th of October, there's no guarantee that these cafe restrictions won't be lifted. It's a phased approach. And this is the second week of the school holidays. So, Councillor Stavrinos, I would invite him to walk in shoes of parents and think about Metro Sydney wide. You go to a pool, it's a parkland. And at the moment, there's a bureaucratic impediment that is crazy. And so we would like to write a letter to the Minister for him to consider that issue. And that is it. So by supporting this motion, you're not actually doing anything too grave. And there's a lot of upside. So thank you for your time.
Okay. So, councillors, I'll put it.
Question, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, question.
Just a question to the relevant council officer. Are you allowed to have a picnic at Des Renfrew Pool at the moment as a result of the pool opening?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're allowing patrons to utilise the grass area within permitted group numbers. So should they bring their own food to picnic, similar to an open space area, then that is permitted.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, if they know they can't buy some chips, yeah, if they come prepared.
Okay. So, councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
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 Can I have a division?
Okay, call for division.
Aye.
We'll go around the loop.
I need a division.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, I'm for it. I love hot chips.
Councillor Shuri.
No.
Councillor Nielsen.
No.
Councillor Veach.
Yes.
Councillor Stravinos.
No.
Councillor Luxford.
Yep.
Councillor Parker.
No.
Councillor Sang.
Yes.
Councillor Andrews.
No.
Councillor Bowen.
No.
Councillor Matson.
No.
Councillor Roberts.
Yeah.
Councillor De Rocha.
No.
Councillor De Souza.
Yes.
And the mayor is a yes, so I'm not sure of the numbers. So against, so I declare that lost.
Oh.
So councillors, I'll move the
Packet
in
bigger ones.
seriatim, and then we won't discuss our challenge. We'll have that break, but we'll do this first. So We'll go through the challenged items. CP/21 unchallenged. CP 6121, Councillor Nielsen.
How about 60?
Yeah, CP 60/21, temporary alcohol. No one challenged it.
You didn't say the number.
You didn't say it.
Yes, I did. CP temporary alcohol prohibited areas.
No, you didn't.
You didn't say it.
I didn't say 60. I did.
You left it out, Mr. Mayor.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
You said something else, but it wasn't 60/21.
CP 60/21.
Challenge.
Challenged.
Oh, actually, Mr. Mayor, I'll unchallenge that. Sorry.
No. CP 61/21, challenged by Councillor Nielsen. CP 62/21 is challenged by
Councillor Fury, challenge.
Councillor CP 63/21, unchallenged. CP 64/21, unchallenged. CP 65/21.
Challenge.
Challenged by Councillor Andrews. Yeah. No.
Yes, I challenge.
Did I hear Andrews or did I hear Councillor Parker?
It was both Parker and Andrews.
Councillor Parker.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was accidentally on mute. It's Councillor Veitch. Could I challenge CP 64/21, please? I was on mute. I'm so sorry.
Councillor Veitch on CP 64.
Thank you.
And CP 65/21, Councillor Parker. CP 66/21. Do I have a mover or challenge?
Yes,
No?
Councillor Matson.
Councillor Matson.
I'll second.
How do you know what he's moving?
Yeah, that's a CP 67/21.
To move it,
You
but
challenge, does
yeah.
anyone challenge it?
CP 67/21, unchallenged. CS 41/21.
Yes.
Yes.
Councillor Luxford. CS 42/21.
Challenge.
Councillor Nielsen. CS 43/21.
Challenge.
Councillor Nielsen. Neptune Reserve we've done. CO 42 we've done. CO 43/21. Unchallenged. CO 44/21. Unchallenged. CO 45/21. Unchallenged. CO 46/21.
Challenge.
Is that Councillor Parker?
Yep.
CO 46.
Yeah.
Yep, challenge.
CO 47/21.
Challenge. Councillor Parker.
Councillor Parker. CO 48/21. Unchallenged. CO 49/21. Unchallenged.
I move the unchallenged items, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second that. Mr. Mayor.
Moved by Councillor Andrews, seconded by Councillor Luxford.
Seconded.
And councillors, I think we'll just have our break now so that we can come back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
So we'll be back at
Get some hot chips.
just a yeah. Go out and get your
Homemade hot
get 'em
chips.
in you lot.
Homemade hot chips.
That's legal.
So about 8:35, councillors. We'll be back at 8:35.
That's so funny.
I'm just going to go have a salada.
I'll reopen the meeting at 8:36. And the first challenged item was CP 61/21, Councillor Nielsen. Do I have a seconder? Councillor.
Yes, myself.
Second it, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Luxford.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay. Councillor Nielsen. Would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to compliment the event staff for their adroitness in planning ahead and wish them good luck with the weather. And I think what they have planned allows for flexibility and versatility to respond to the potential of ever-changing situations. So I ask councillors to endorse the report.
Councillor Luxford.
Yeah, I commend the staff for this. I think that the bus is an excellent idea because, as Councillor Nielsen has said, it allows for flexibility. We can get to more people, I guess, with the bus, up and down local streets where people wouldn't otherwise be able to, get to activations, etc. So I think this is fantastic. Good fun.
Councillor Shuri?
I just was interested in the possibility of opening up our busking options. So as well as having council bus, if we could invite local buskers to maybe go into our shopping areas, beach areas, to maybe just enliven the people. I thought that might be a nice introduction.
Councillor Nielsen, do you mind making that point C?
No, it's fine. We can investigate. I think if we investigate.
Sounds good to me.
It's a great idea.
Any further discussion? So, councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? I declare that carried. CP 62/21. Councillor Luxford and Councillor Shuri.
Right, yeah. So I just want to move the recommendation of the paper. I think this is a fantastic group. I know Councillor Shuri has enjoyed her tenure there at the Coastal Councils Group. And it's important that as a coastal city, we join with our fellow coastal people and, work together to provide good stewardship of the coast. So, I commend the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Shuri?
Yeah, the Sydney Coastal Councils Group is an absolutely fantastic organisation. It wins many grants from the government to investigate not only coastal but estuarine water health. And I am, thank you, Councillor Luxford, I am currently enjoying being the chair. It's a challenging position, but I am enjoying it at the moment. And the reason that we wanted to have some commitment to the 4 years is that we employ staff and there is no continuity of employment or security of employment. Whereas if all councils join together and vote for definitely going for a 4-year tenure, it gives the staff who are applying for these government grants some security of tenure. So yeah, I commend this to you all, councillors.
Thank you. Councillors, would anyone else like to speak? No, so I'll put this to you.
Councillor Andrews, me.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Andrews.
Thanks, Mr. Smith. I just want to take this opportunity to congratulate and thank Councillor Shuri in her role she has played with the coastal councils over the years. She has been the chair of the council, of the coastal council, and she's represented our council in a great manner over her tenure with the coastal councils. So I just want to congratulate Councillor Shuri. I know her term is coming to an end, and I just want to thank her on behalf of our community for representing us and also being a leader within that group.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews, and thank you, I'll add to that. I think all councillors would agree that you've done a tremendous job on there, and we've seen your passion through that when you have discussed it in different meetings. So thank you very much. So, councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Aye. Declare that carried. So now we have CP 64/21.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I had difficulty getting off mute as usual. Could we just note that was passed unanimously by Randwick Council?
Oh, for sure.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Kelly, CP 63/21 was passed unanimously.
Huh?
The coastal councils.
Yeah,
No.
CP 62.
CP62.
20.
Oh, sorry, 62.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry. Thanks, Councillor Shuri.
But it's correctly done in Mr. Kelly's on board.
So now we move on to CP 64/21. Councillor Veach.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, I just want to my attention was drawn by a local community member to what I believe might be possibly just a typographical error as this report was reviewed and some amendments were made. To try and find the right page now, just give us one moment. If you go to page 45 of the business papers.
Is that Councillor Andrews? Was it?
Yeah, I'll second this.
Okay.
If you go to page 45 of the business papers, and there at part 2, general eligibility criteria, and the second sort of box or table in that section, you'll see that it refers to the eligibility criteria around income. And it says the applicant must have a regular income, and you can see that there was some feedback about that, simply because many of the women who are fleeing domestic violence are so, many have put up with this for many, many years and are really severely traumatised, have physical and mental health problems as a result, and even PTSD. So the recommended change, which was put in the report, was that the applicant must have a regular income, government or non-government, and or be willing to engage in obtaining employment and or meet housing pathways income eligibility limits. If you then flick forward a couple of pages to the actual report on page 49 of the business papers, and you go down to that section, general eligibility criteria, you can see at the third last dot point that the recommended change has been incorporated, have a regular income, etc., be willing to engage in employment or meet the housing pathways income eligibility limits. But then the last dot point seems to just be the original wording. The changed criteria is also repeated if you turn the page under point 3, eligibility criteria relating to housing need. And it again talks about engaging in paid employment and meeting that criteria, that housing pathways criteria. So I'm just asking if councillors would agree to, on that page 49 of the business papers, removing that final dot point, because it seems to have been left over from the previous report and it doesn't seem to be in line with the recommended amendment as noted on page 45. I hope that makes sense.
Yep, it does actually. Councillor Andrews, as seconder.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I withdraw my second of this motion. I actually thought the council was moving the recommendation.
I'm happy to second
I'll second it. Councillor Shuri.
Councillor Shuri, yep, okay.
Yep, I'm happy to cede to her. That's fine.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Parker.
That's totally fine.
So yeah, councillors, that's all. The report is excellent. I think councillors been united in showing its very strong support for women fleeing domestic violence and have provided this housing. And that was certainly again through the leadership of Councillor Shuri when she was mayor. She put forward many good proposals on this, which council agreed to and adopted, and this has been of great benefit to women. We've reviewed the criteria. It has been, I think everyone has probably seen the many different reports in the media over the last year or so.
Excuse me. I'd just like to point something out. Councillor Veach made her opening remarks. You passed on to the seconder of the motion, and I just wanted to point out that the point that the Speaker is making is I believe it's inaccurate because it actually states on page 45, the original wording is must have a regular income, government or non-government. Feedback, recommended amendment, have a regular income, government or non-government, and or be willing to engage in obtaining employment and or meet housing pathways income eligibility limits. So Councillor Veitch is asking for must have a regular income, government or non-government be removed because she believes that it's inaccurate. But post feedback, the recommendation is to keep that wording, but add to it so it's clearer what the applicant may be able to do to meet the general eligibility criteria.
Point of order,
Councillor Hamilton, if I may, I'm not adding or changing any of the wording. That wording that is there as the recommended amendment on page 45 is indeed on page 49 in the actual report. But then there's the original unamended wording also seems to have been left in at the very last dot point. So it's just been doubled up. It seems to just be a little bit confusing. And so if not, I'd ask for this matter to be deferred and brought back. So
actually, can I just ask Councillor Veitch, sorry, just exactly where on 45 we're talking about and exactly which line we're talking about?
Okay, of course. Okay, page 45, and you'll see part 2, general eligibility criteria.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 2 sections. So if you go to the second section,
table,
part 2, the second table, you'll see the original
recommended amendment,
income, and then you'll see all the recommended amendment.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you flick over to page 49,
they haven't taken out the amendment. They haven't taken out the original statement.
Yes, they've got both. So they've got the amendment, which is the third last dot point, but then they seem to have kept the original version as the very last dot point.
One. Yeah, I agree.
So I'm simply noting that this very last dot point should probably be deleted.
Okay.
So the dot point that says be willing to engage in obtaining employment is part of.
Yes, because that's the original one. And the changed one is also in there. I'm not adding any wording or changing any wording. It's simply removing that one. I think it was probably just an error.
So, so I agree with you, Councillor Veitch. So
I do.
We'll move on. So, Councillor Shuriya, seconder, sorry.
Yeah, no, I agree with Councillor Veitch, and I really commend her for actually going through it with such fine detail to find that error. And so well done, Councillor Veitch.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you. I support the amendment as proposed by Councillor Veitch. I think that it is common sense. I'd also like to thank the council staff for taking on board the feedback to the originally proposed policy. I think the intentions of the original one were excellent, but putting the feedback on board, it's definitely been improved. Directly relevant to the point which Councillor Veitch was making, there are a range of very complex circumstances which may preclude an individual from seeking paid employment, whether it is medical conditions, both seen and unseen, such as post-traumatic stress. There are also complex caring arrangements which may prevent undertaking paid work, as well as situations around visa arrangements as well, which may prevent it. There are a range of circumstances which may mean that paid work is not a sustainable or for that matter, appropriate. And I think that this policy deals with that in this updated form quite tactfully, because ultimately, so long as there is an income, I don't think it is incumbent on us to determine where that income is from.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Yeah, just a question. If someone could just help me. So on page 49, the third last dot point, that it says have a regular income, government or non-government, and or be willing to engage in obtaining employment and or meet housing pathways income eligibility limits. That seems to be... Sorry, have you changed? So I thought you wanted to insert that as the last dot point, but it's already there as a third.
No, Councillor Roberts, no. I'm just simply removing the very last dot point there on page 49 because I think that was left there in error.
They'd be willing to engage in obtaining...
Because it's already covered. It's already covered by the...
The third last dot point.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So it's a redundant dot point.
Yeah.
Correct.
My final question, though, is how is that last dot point the original wording? Because the original wording is must have a regular income. So anyway, it doesn't matter. If all you want to do is delete that last dot point, I can support. Thank you.
It was because this there was an amendment or a motion at some point to review this policy and put it to the relevant sort of stakeholders who engage, and they gave feedback, and so it's just it's incorporating the feedback from the relevant stakeholders, and it's coming back. So it's slightly changed from the original version that came to council.
Okay, councillors. So if there's no further discussion, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
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 Those against, I declare that carried. So now it's CP 65/21.
I'll second it,
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded
I'll
by
second this.
Councillor Andrews.
Cheeky.
Be faster. You have to
What's
be
the
faster, Karen.
What is the suggestion?
Councillor Pike.
Yep, I move the recommendation on. Yep, I move the recommendation on the business paper. Having actually met with the Maroubra Community Garden group, I've been very impressed by the level of organisation and diligence which they have shown. One of the concerns I have sometimes had around community gardens is that they start off very well and very strong with good intentions, but they very quickly fall into disrepair. But having met and looked at this report and extensive plans which they have, as well as the pretty savvy kind of steering committee which they have, I have every faith that this will be an excellent community garden. And I would also just like to thank the staff, in particular Peter Maganoff's team, who have been very helpful to this community group in getting off the ground, as well as some assistance from Ryan Zammit as well. So I commend the report and I look forward to it opening and sampling some of the fantastic produce.
You have to work for it, Councillor.
Councillor
Andrews.
Mr. Mayor, I commend the recommendation. It's taken some time to get to this point, and I look forward to the community garden opening in due course.
Councillor Stravinas.
Mayor, look, I'd like to commend council for helping aid this community garden, particularly during COVID. What I've noticed and what I read in papers is that gardening has become a very big trend. A lot more people now are taking a walk through their garden and they're taking up gardening. Everybody seems to be getting a green thumb. Now, at a time where people are faced with mental health issues, I couldn't think of a better way for people to come together in a COVID-safe environment, being outdoors and interacting and trying to improve on the local community and greening the area. So look, I think this is a brilliant initiative, and I would like to see more of these community gardens popping up throughout the local government area. I think it's brilliant, and it's great for the mental health and well-being of everyone. So look, I commend Peter Maganoff's report, and I commend council for encouraging, this community garden. You know what? And they've got 300 residents involved. This is quite some fate. You know what I mean? It's a big thing. So look, thank you, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. So, councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
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 Those against, declare that carried. Now we're looking at CS 41/21, the La Perouse Headland.
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor. Councillor.
I called it. Mayor, you've jumped past a few others.
Sorry. I think I had the call on that one.
I think you jumped past CP 66 of 21.
Yeah, you have.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, Councillor Matson. Sorry.
That's all right.
You're right. So, Councillor Matson, you did CP 66/21. Councillor Matson and Councillor Nelson was the seconder.
Yep. Thank you. Look, Mr. Mayor, I thank Council Officer Peter McGarnoff. He gave a very good briefing on the issues after I deferred my motion from the previous meeting to allow for that briefing to happen. I think that now, all councillors are aware that we are at a crucial time in the history of both our civilisation and of our planet. We are on the verge of seeing runaway climate change effects. It's vital, I think, that all around the world, local communities like ours recognise this and come together and make a strong statement. So I thank everyone who attended the briefing, who asked questions, who were supplied with answers by Mr. McGarnoff, and I think we just move forward now.
Thank you, Councillor Matson. Councillor Nelson.
I think you're on mute, Councillor Nelson.
I am. Thanks very much, Councillor Matson. Yes, I was very impressed also with our Environmental Officer, Peter McGarnoff's briefing to us, and very reassured with the fact that our council is following such a good program and that all of us have adopted such a progressive stance on this important issue. And I think that we also feel very reassured that our council has a very responsible way forward, and that we should be doing all that we can to embrace other campaigns around the world to support this incredibly important goal to make our world a better place, particularly for our children and our grandchildren. So, yes, let's adopt this report and carry it forward, councillors.
Councillor Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd also like to thank our Environmental Sustainability Officer, Peter McGarnoff, and also Councillor Matson for bringing forward the motion. I think the opportunity here is to really not just be going out there on our own. Randwick Council has always been a leader in environmental sustainability and on climate. We've shown real leadership, and that seems to have been supported, at least in this term, by Council in the last couple of years. And now we have an opportunity to actually join with other councils and work in unity in a way that I think will be very effective. And with the Glasgow COP meeting coming up in the next month or so, it's an exciting time. So whoever the mayor is in the future years, we'll have an opportunity to really brainstorm with other mayors, other councils in Australia and across the world. And we may see I think this will give hope to our community. We've had some really rough times, obviously, with the pandemic, with terrible droughts. There's been fires and floods in the last few years. We are facing some challenges, and this will be a very positive move and a very positive message for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leach. So, councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
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 Those against, I declare that carried. So now we do have CS 41/21.
Mayor,
Second, Mr.
carried unanimously, please.
No, it hasn't carried unanimously.
Oh, I think it was very clearly. No one took the opportunity to say nay. So yeah.
Was there any nays, by the way? Okay, carried unanimously. CS 41/21.
Councillor Luxford just said no.
No, I mean nay to the nay. It's all good. Seconded, Councillor.
So
that's okay.
Moved by Councillor Luxford, seconded by Councillor Shuri.
And Councillor Veach, I'd like to put forward an amendment.
Sure.
Okay. Well, so can I speak? I'm commending the recommendation and moving the report as it is. However, I do have a question on page 133. And it's the paragraph that starts with governance and decision making for the museum is through the La Perouse Museum head, Randwick City Council management, Randwick City councillors, with input from its appointed advisory body, La Perouse Museum and Headland Trust. Can we, to the relevant officer, clarify what is the La Perouse Museum head? Like, is that a typo or?
Councillors,
If I took a good guess, I'd say it's at the moment it's Roxine He, but I'll let the Mr. Kyriakou answer that.
Through Mr. I think Council's General Manager was just going to, was that you, Therese, that just mentioned? I can take that question if you like.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to jump in Kerry's absence there. The head of La Perouse Museum is Roxanne Fay.
Okay,
in her
so
position.
that's what I just wasn't sure what we meant. That's all.
Yeah.
All good. Yep. So I commend the council officers, etc., and the work that is being done, and I move that we go with the recommendation
Councillor
as
Shuri?
per the paper.
Yes, I agree. I think we've done some good work here, but something that really concerns me is that we are committing to such a huge amount of money for a building that we don't actually own. And I note that there is some intention to talk to National Parks and Wildlife to get some more assurance on this lease, but we're already 3 years or 4 years now into our original lease, and it worries me that if we don't have some surety that some government in the future or National Parks and Wildlife suddenly say, oh yes, thank you very much, and then decide to sell it off. And we've done all the work to improve the building. So I'm probably voicing my concerns, and I'm not looking for an amendment here, but I would just like to voice my concerns on this, basically.
Actually, Councillor Shuri, can I jump in? And I tend to agree with you. And I was wondering if you were going to propose not so much an amendment, but an addition that before we commit to so much money, that we have a surety that the lease would go at least for maybe even 50 years plus 50 rather than just 25. So. Or recommend investigating how long we can actually get the lease for before we can.
I think I would like to investigate how that we have some security of tenure before we impart all this money.
I will second that, Councillor Matson.
So, Councillor Shuri, would you like to just do a Part C?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for leading me on this.
Yeah, and just do it as an investigate, just the tenure.
Yeah.
Whether it can be longer before we commit.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah. Yes, please. Thank you. Is the mover happy with that? Who
consulted, Mr. Mayor? That's fine.
Thank you, Councillor.
There's the GM. Therese, do you want to jump in now before we go to other speakers?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, can I just clarify, just in regards for the record of this motion, when we're talking about before we commit to spending funds on the project, we're talking about the capital project itself, aren't we? We're not talking about ceasing work now, which is obvious.
Oh no, sorry.
Yeah.
Councillor Shuri, it's because it's your motion, but yeah, we're talking about the 21-year tenure. We're talking about the major works. Yeah.
Just important to clarify. Yeah.
Thank you, General Manager.
Councillor Veach.
Thank you. I just had a very minor amendment, which I sent through to David Kelly this afternoon. And I have no issue at all with the point C either, so I'd be obviously happy to include that. My amendment was a very slight one to the first, to the point A. And rather than endorsing the La Perouse master plan, it was that we receive a note and the draft master plan and proceed to consultation. I guess if we're hoping to have a genuine consultation engagement with the local Aboriginal community, I feel a little bit reluctant to completely give a 100% endorsement to the design. I think it'll be wonderful to have that extra pavilion, but I do feel it's possibly a little bit limited to, it seems to be largely designed around functions rather than exhibitions. I believe there's scope to perhaps make it a little bit more flexible. And so I've simply proposed this minor amendment that we receive a draft concept plan. That's all.
So
Councillor Matson, seconding.
I was just going to say, Councillor Veitch, so the amendment is, the only difference between the original is point. I'm just trying to work it out.
Rather than saying endorse the La Perouse Museum concept plan, I'm saying that we receive a note, and I've inserted the word draft.
Oh, okay.
And that's, I guess, to give a little bit more flexibility, I guess, perhaps to a future council as well, that, following feedback, it just kind of strengthens that idea that we're open to feedback and perhaps revisions to that design.
So what I might do, rather than as an amendment, I just might ask Councillor Luxford, do you accept that?
No, I'm not quite sure.
No, I'd accept it.
Hang on, I'm only asking the mover at the moment.
Yeah, receive a note of draft, but we've already have a concept plan.
Correct.
So I think we need to move forward with the concept plan and the endorse what is there with the C that's been popped in by Councillor Shuri.
Okay.
And I don't accept that.
Okay, so if it's not accepted, it becomes an amendment. So does anyone want to speak on the amendment?
Yes.
At the moment. Councillor Trevinos, your hand was up first. Do you want to speak on the amendment or the original motion?
No, I want to speak on the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
now, look, I'm very concerned about some of the words that Councillor Veitch just used in addressing her amendment, particularly when she said that she wants to focus not so much on functions, but on other events. Now, if you bother to read the report and see what it says here in front of us, it is important to note that public cultural institutions such as this one rarely make a profit. Rather, they benefit the whole community and the wider city by contribution to cultural fabric and through tourism and flow-on economic benefit. The business plan mapped out a sustainable financial model for the museum that allows it to maximise this wider benefit. Now, we've got to be very careful about how we approach this project, Mr. Mayor. We're talking about possibly spending $28 to $35 million of ratepayers' money, which I hope it doesn't come down to that. I hope the state and federal government will come to the table, because we are talking about a state significant building here, and I would hope that the governments would come to fruition and sit at the table with us. But we've got to be very careful about how we spend ratepayers' money to put together this facility, because we could very easily get it wrong. We've got to be very careful. Now, any business plan that we get, and I know later on tonight we'll be discussing that in the confidential business paper, I hope that we don't decide to start tampering around with a business plan, particularly one that's been put together by people that are experienced in doing this type of thing, who have run museums in the past and know what's involved in making them profitable and work. And I don't want to start playing around now with a report just because Councillor Veitch thinks it's suitable to do so. I'm sorry. We've got a report here before us that's been put together, a concept plan that's been put together by our staff, in consultation with other groups, all right? And we should not be playing around with this. Now, the other thing that we have to take into account is that it says here the building is in a state of disrepair, does not meet accessibility, does not adequately support the activities of the museum, and does not meet best practice. That means that we're now talking about committing to a facility that we don't own, and I'm hoping that we do get a much larger commitment from the National Parks and Wildlife Services in relation to this. And I would even go as far as to say that if we are going to commit to this facility and to doing this, that we even consider purchasing it, that we can come to some sort of an arrangement with them to take ownership over it. Because I can tell you now, if I'm spending $28 to $35 million to renovate and to refurbish a place, I would want some sort of commitment that it's going to be mine or ours, and that we're going to get something out of it. We can't afford to be playing around like this with ratepayers' money. We're the custodians of ratepayers' money, and we've got to get this right. This is a very big commitment. It's not like the Heffron Park Centre where we're guaranteed a constant income. This is very different. We're now talking about a facility that we could very easily get wrong if we're not careful with how we spend the money. And the other aspect I want to raise, I'm glad you're talking about increasing the lease. Having a 25-year lease and spending, 28 to 35 million, you're not going to get back that money in 25 years. We want a much larger commitment. And if we can get something from them, let's say 50 or even 100 years, that at a peppercorn rent, very, very minimal rent, that would be brilliant. Because if we're going to commit to this project, of course, it's going to be state significant, culturally significant. It's going to do a lot of good for our local area, but we've got to be very careful about the business plan and how we go about it. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, sorry, councillors, before I move on, Councillor Matson, I didn't ask you a second if you would like to speak.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Andrews.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor Stavrinos actually covered everything I was going to say, so I concur with Councillor Stavrinos on his points.
Councillor Parker.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to ask a question to the General Manager and ask for some clarification as to what the implications of this amendment are. From my understanding, reading the report, this seeks to endorse the plan to place onto community consultation, including with the local Aboriginal community, and it's not clear what this amendment seeks to do.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess my reading of this amendment, and firstly, I think my reading of the original motion is that the plan be endorsed for consultation, and that's generally the practice of council, that as an elected body you endorse the plans to then proceed to consultation. So you're not signing off on the final design. You're simply endorsing that the staff take the plans that you've got and then go and consult, in this case with the La Perouse Aboriginal community. I guess in regards to the amendment, without the endorsement of plans, I guess the question is council actually endorsing the plans that you're asking us to proceed to consultation with? If it's just read and note, then it's very different to what we have done in the past in regards to getting your sign off before we move to consultation.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question, please. I have a question, Mr. Mayor, please.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councillor De Souza.
I have a question. Mr. Mayor, through you to the General Manager, I'm reading a draft or media statement I made when I signed the lease. I've heard the figure 25 being thrown around. I'm going back to a document which was published on the 5th of 9th, 2017, and it states clearly, and this was really important because Mr. Brownlee and myself sat down and worked very hard on this, that Randwick City Council signed a 42-year lease of the La Perouse Museum on Tuesday, the 5th of September 2017. It goes on. Minister Upton and myself signed this lease. Now, through you, I'd like to ask the General Manager, has anything changed? Or
actually, I have to correct myself, Councillor De Souza, because I said 25, okay. But actually point two on the executive...
That has led to debate on that figure.
Sorry, Councillor De Souza. Point 2 on page 131 It's actually a period of 21 years with a 21-year extension.
That's right.
I misled everyone. I said 25 years,
Yes, you
but
have.
it's actually
You have.
a
I've sitting and
21
sat
year,
and
which
listened
equals
to
to
it, but I
42.
needed to correct you. Thank you.
So through Mr. Mayor, that is correct. There's a 21 plus 21 year term for the lease, but council staff are currently discussing and making representations in regards to extending that and getting a longer term lease, which is particularly important given the potential capital investment. Council staff would not be recommending to council to make such an investment if we weren't able to secure a longer term lease.
100%. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. So Councillor Parker, do you have your hand up or just not taken down? Yep.
Yes, I do. Look, I don't support this amendment because I think it confuses council's position when we're actually going to both the local Aboriginal community and subsequently to the community at large as to what it is that we intend to do. I note that there was extensive consultation in the preparation of this plan. However, I totally acknowledge that in itself is not sufficient and that you need to have further consultation. But I think that Councillor Veitch's matter would confuse, would confuse the matter rather than assist in us coming to a clear position as to what we should do with the museum and the headland more broadly. So as such, I think the recommendation on the business paper is much clearer and really, will have the same intended effect.
Councillor D'Souza, and then we'll put it. Councillor D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I mentioned once about Councillor Veitch and I used the word pontificate. She was offended and I take it back. But it appears to me on many occasions she tends to nitpick the reports that come before us and council, reports that have been well researched and offer councillors a chance to make good decisions. Now, you just can't bring in a point or take one away and expect the outcome. It's like baking a cake. We need all the ingredients. We need all the contributors. We've invested money in getting a consultants out who've given us a report, who've told us, as Councillor Stavrinos points out, and he's a money man, he's an accountant, he knows all about dollars and cents. We have a plan. We have an opportunity to fulfill our commitment we've made to the community, and that's what we should do. All these amendments, as petty as they may be, or to some non-significant, do have a negative, detrimental effect on the whole project.
Excuse me, I'd like to raise a point of order. It's just a
There
very
is no point of order.
inappropriate
I've said
way.
nothing that's
I would like to
deserved.
raise a point of order. In fact,
Yeah,
I'm one
Councillor
of the
Veitch, go ahead.
only people on this council who actually works in a museum, who has a very
So does that make you
well-informed
experienced at
idea.
business planning?
Councillors, please.
Councillor Mayor, there is no point of order.
So it's
I'm
not
saying
nitpicking.
point of order.
Councillors.
No, and please stop interjecting. You have this terrible habit
I'm
of
well
whenever
within my
someone
right
attacks you or
to
speaks.
call
Councillors, I've heard the point of order and I agree. So, councillors, I'm putting the amendment. So, all those in favour of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Those against?
No.
So we declare that lost. So we go back to the motion. I think we've discussed it. So I'd like to put the
Question,
motion.
Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
Oh, sorry,
I
Councillor.
raised my hand earlier. Now, please refresh my memory, Mr. Mayor. I cannot remember that we have discussed the cost of $28 to $35 million. If we haven't done so, at what stage are we talking about this huge investment by us? Because mind you, at the moment, we have our Heffron project that is going to cost us $57 million. I assume that if we were to go ahead with this, well, most likely we are going ahead with this La Perouse Museum. We would either have to borrow money or to apply for state or federal government grants.
It's a concept plan, isn't it?
Correct. I think we had a briefing on this, but I'll go to the General Manager.
Sorry, I was not there yet.
Yeah, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, for the purposes of decision making and spending, you would have to consider this in line with the long-term financial plan and the given budget for the year in which you're looking at proceeding with the project. So that has yet to be done by council and will be done in the first half of next calendar year.
Okay, thank you.
The matter, Mr. Mayor. Let's put it.
Put the matter, Mr. Mayor.
So, councillors, I put this to you. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against?
Aye.
Aye.
Carried. I declare that carried. So now we move on to CS 42/21, moved by Councillor Nielsen.
Seconded.
And seconded by Councillor Shuri.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm moving the adoption of the report, but with an amendment. But firstly, a comment, and I'm sure you've all found it very surprising, perhaps even counterintuitive, to see that overall the results show that although the communities living on the seawall at Clovelly Bay are generally different than those found on the natural rocky shores at Clovelly or in the adjacent bay, the seawall does support a diverse community of fish, seaweed and invertebrates. And the executive summary continues that the study concludes that to maintain the current biodiversity on the seawall, it is recommended that maintenance work or cleaning of the seawall that may remove or harm the existing communities be avoided. In the event that sections of the seawall need to be replaced or considerable work is required, the study recommends adding complex services to the refurbished sections of the wall. So the recommendation as it stands is just to receive a note, and the amendment that I'm putting forward, seconded by Councillor Shuri, if you could please put it up, Mr. Kelly.
It's there.
It's up.
It's there. Thank you very much. That the report on the biodiversity surveys of Clovelly seawall be received, and in order to maintain the current biodiversity on the seawall, that A, maintenance work or cleaning of the seawall that may remove or harm the existing communities be avoided, and B, in the event that sections of the seawall need to be replaced or considerable work is required, to follow recommendations outlined in the study, such as adding complex services to the refurbished sections of the wall. And secondly, Council commission a further study into the water quality in Clovelly Bay, including any connection between the algae bloom outbreaks and water quality. And thirdly, councillors receive a briefing on the implications of a commitment to no further concrete on the embankment at Clovelly or elsewhere on the Randwick foreshore.
Okay, so Councillor Shuri, would you like to speak as seconded?
No, I think, well, concrete, I'm really against concreting any more of our foreshore. I think we all agree that Clovelly is a bit of a shame, really. And I think we do have to maintain the diversity of our sea life. And Clovelly is at the moment really thriving, but it won't survive if we clean it or put on more concrete. So yeah, that's it.
So if there's no further discussion, there is. Councillor Parker, you've taken your hand down, is that right?
No, it's fine. No further discussion. So,
councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against?
Aye.
Declare that carried. CS 43/21. Blenheim House, Councillor Nielsen, you moved it.
Yeah, I'll second it, Mr. Mayor. I'll second it.
Councillor Struvinos is seconded.
Thank you very much. I'm moving the recommendation in an amended form, and I'm going to ask Mr. Kelly to put it up for everybody, that Council endorse the Blenheim House proposal, but prior to the finalisation of the submission to Planning Authority for Development Assessment, that consultation should be held with representatives of the Friends of Blenheim House and Georgina Keep, the local studies librarian, and Council's heritage officers and other relevant officers prior to the package going out for consultation. And the reason why I'm just asking this to happen is the fact that there are some incorrect dates and so on, particularly on page 2 of the report in our business paper. And I just want to be sure that when we're putting it out on exhibition, that everything is, all the I's and T's and whatever are correct. Does that make sense? I'm happy to answer any questions.
No questions. Councillor Strivinos?
Mr Mayor, I reserve my right to speak at this time, but I agree with everything that Councillor Nielsen has just said. I think if we're going to do something here with the with Blenheim House, we've got to get our facts right. You know what I mean? So I've got no problem with that. You know.
Any further discussion? So, councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
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 Aye. Those against? Declare that carried. Down to, now make sure I've got this right, CO 46/21.
Second, Mr Mayor.
The pandemic, Councillor Parker, and seconded by Councillor Andrews.
Look, thank you, Mr Mayor. This has been covered very extensively in our briefing session, so I won't go over it too much. But in particular, I'd just like to highlight the extension of the outdoor dining. That is something which plenty of cafe owners and restaurateurs have been very vocal about and very supportive of, and I commend its inclusion until February of 2022. In regards to the other measures, I think they're well needed. So, look, I commend the report and move the recommendation on the business paper.
Thank you. Councillor Andrews?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I too commend this report, and I am grateful that Council is providing some extra assistance to our local businesses, and I like the idea, as mentioned by Councillor Parker, extending the waiver of the outdoor dining fees up to the end of February 2022.
Councillor De Souza.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I too would like to commend this report, and I'd also like to congratulate the Council and you, Mr Mayor. We saw some budget figures today, and it became obvious to many that we have a surplus of funds and we have an opportunity to use them wisely. So besides the exemption for outdoor dining, we also offered residents an interest-free period to pay their council rates, and you, Mr Mayor, have been giving food baskets. So we are moving in the right direction when it comes to addressing some of the stress and economic and health crisis that this pandemic has created. So I too support this report, and I support you, Mr Mayor, and the General Manager on your initiatives to help build a better community here in Randwick. We talk about a sense of community, but you are making it very, very possible. You're buttressing together lots of good ideas, and I fully support.
Well, a great speech could be the last time I hear something like that. But anyway, keep going.
Nonsense. You're doing such a wonderful job.
Keep going. Anyone else wish to speak?
I think we've said enough.
I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. I declare that carried. CO 47/21. Councillor Parker.
Thank you. I move the
Councillor
recommendation.
Happy to second it.
Yeah, I move the recommendation on the business paper. The only reason why I've challenged this item is I just thought it was worth putting on the public record my level of positive feeling as to the contributions of the independent members and the development of the ARIC over time. While it took a little bit to get off the ground, it's actually, in my view, showing quite good, is showing fruit, and the contributions of those members, in my view, is very helpful, and I commend their reappointment.
Thank you. Councillor Andrews.
No comment, Mr Mayor. I support the recommendation.
Councillor Shuri.
Hi, as the other councillor appointed to ARIC with Councillor Parker, I am very happy with the members of our Audit and Risk Committee. I trust them. They are being in the meetings. I feel really confident. They ask really robust questions of our staff and our general manager, and I feel that they are doing a really good job. And so Councillor Andrews, if you hadn't seconded it, I would have done.
Thank you.
We like to share the love. So, councillors, that's the last of the. We move on to the motions, but first, is there any petitions? Just in case, no. So we'll move on to notices of motion, and the first one we have is NM 66/21. Notice of motion from Councillor De Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I guess you need a seconder.
Do you have a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Councillor De Rocha.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I've learned anything in my time in council, councillors, the power of hope. The power of one person, a Nelson Mandela, a Martin Luther King, an Abraham Lincoln, who offers hope where there is despair. One person, my friends, can change the world by offering hope. That is why I proposed this vaccination hub at the Prince Henry Centre, because vaccinations offer hope to reopen our state and our borders. Not only is the site accessible, that's the Prince Henry site, to many residents in the south of our city, but it also offers an opportunity to many residents in the disadvantaged parts of our city, and those that are vulnerable and those that are elderly, like in the social housing precinct of Bilger Crescent and Mirrabooka Crescent and Elphinstone Road. So it's really important that we give these people the same opportunity as others to get the jab. And that is really important. That's what social justice is, giving everyone the same opportunity. In these difficult times where COVID has caused so much distress in our community, where businesses are suffering, where loneliness and isolation have led to depression and mental illness, businesses too are suffering economic hardship. People are losing their livelihood and their jobs. We as a council need to have a plan to vaccinate people and to implement an economic recovery plan. As was mentioned earlier, we as a compassionate council are doing just that with an economic assistance plan, with fee exemption for outdoor dining, interest-free period for council to pay your council rates, food baskets. The mayor's been handing out food baskets. We've even, I think, offered rebates for those residents facing economic difficulties. Tonight, councillors, we have an opportunity to take an important step forward to assist our residents in our fight against COVID-19 by building a temporary vaccination hub at the Prince Henry Centre in Little Bay, so we can get back to normal, so 80% of our population can get vaccinated by building, and just it's only a temporary facility, but what it'll do is it'll give people the incentive, especially the elderly, those less fortunate, those vulnerable, those in the social housing estates, will give them an opportunity to address this health crisis. I hope, councillors, you all support my notice of motion. It might seem like a small step for this council, but it would be a giant leap forward in protecting our community against COVID-19 and the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor De Rocha.
I think Noel's pretty much said it all. I think the way out through this whole pandemic is by all of us trying to get as many people vaccinated as possible, and I think that this is a step in the right direction.
Councillor Shuri.
Could I just ask a question of Councillor De Souza? Councillor De Souza, are you now proposing this in addition to the one that the government have actually agreed to at the university?
Yes. Yes, we are, because Centennial Park is a long way. There aren't many transport links, if any, for those that are socially disadvantaged, the elderly and the vulnerable, those in our social housing estates. I am trying to encourage them to get vaccinated. Look, at the end of the day, former Mayor Shuri, we must remember that that's social justice. Everyone should be given the same opportunities. Remember, I use the word temporary. It's not permanent. Look, as I think Bill Burst, the candidate for the South Ward, has said, every chemist, and I'm a pharmacist, you can go there and get vaccinated. The opportunities are there. But pharmacists don't do Pfizer, they only do AstraZeneca and most probably now Moderna. So anyway, the young people of our social housing estates, we want them to get vaccinated. Prince Henry is easy. It's geographically in the right location. It even might encourage people going to golf to stop off and get vaccinated, or the walkers. So it's a central location. It's not going to be costly to do. But if we save just one life, or we get one more person vaccinated, as I said, it may be a small step for our council, but a giant leap when it comes to getting out of this pandemic. 80%, that's our target. They might even talk about more, but let's get to 80%. Let's get our freedoms. Let's get our lives back. All I'm offering is an opportunity, something that's possible, Councillor Shuri.
And councillors, before we go on, because as per usual, our community development team are the unsung heroes of council. For the last month, every Friday at the hub at Lexington Place, they're offering visor shots between 9 and 2 o'clock. Also at La Perouse, our team has organised that the Indigenous members of La Perouse have had their vaccinations, and they're up to about 90%. It's one of the highest in our LGA. And they've also organised Kalara. There's been weeks there where you get where you can get vaccinated. So our great team that we have in community development has made sure that we've organised that we can, our vulnerable members of the community have been getting their vaccinations. So they have been looked after, and it's as per usual. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of people that know these things are happening in the background. So I just want to commend them for all the work they do, and they have achieved great things in the vaccination hub. Councillor Shuri.
I just think that's why I can't support this motion. Sorry, Councillor De Souza. I just think we're already doing it down in the South Ward for our Indigenous community, and the government have come to the party by providing us with a hub for vaccinations, and which is easily accessible by public transport. So I'm sorry, Councillor Souza, I just feel this is a bit superfluous. Sorry.
Anyone else would like to speak?
Yes, yes, Mayor, I'd like to
Nielsen.
move an amendment, and that is that council investigate the installation of a temporary vaccination hub.
I think it's very wise, and I'm happy to accept former Mayor Nelson.
At Prince Henry?
Yeah, everything continues on as the motion is, so that council investigates the installation.
I don't have an issue with that. I think it's a wonderful amendment or an addition. I'm happy to accept it because it's about saving lives. It's not about dollars here. It's about saving.
I agree with you about saving lives, but I think, unfortunately, Prince Henry to a lot of people is very inappropriate. It's not very easily accessible by buses, and as you know, the buses are being taken away. It's not very easily accessible for parking, and if it's on a hot day, unfortunately, people will get nowhere near it on a hot day because they're all going to the beach. But I'm willing to put it.
Excuse me, Mayor, my amendment's not finished there in terms of the typing. That council investigates the installation of.
Yeah. And Councillor Veitch here, just to suggest something that might be amenable to people, that council investigates the installation of additional temporary vaccination hubs in the South Ward area, and that would be more general.
Not a problem.
That's what I was going to say, the same thing, Councillor Veitch. So yes.
All positive, all positive.
Yeah.
I'm happy to take on board all those ideas and more. If they're in the right direction.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to ask. Yeah. So I'm just curious as to the direct inclusion of South Ward. If you actually look at Randwick City Council, South Ward has the best vaccination coverage of the city. And as you travel south to north, it gets worse. And so I don't understand the explicit inclusion of that. I understand that there are social housing estates, but there are specific outreach programs which are targeted at it. It would make far more sense if we were to direct the attention in areas such as Kingsford and Kensington, which are quite clearly lagging behind the rest of the city. Look, I don't oppose this. I just tend to think that if we are going to be advocating for additional vaccination hubs, it would make sense for them to be directed in the areas which require it.
Well, sorry to jump in again, apologies. It'd be South Ward and other areas of Randwick Council.
Yes.
But councillors, I think we're being a bit, as Councillor Parker has said, the lowest areas are Kingsford and Kensington, and the actual hub that the South Eastern Health are giving us is in Randwick. It's called Centennial Park, but it's in Randwick, so it's the closest one to Kingsford and Kensington. So I think it's the most appropriate spot to do it because that's our lowest. They're the areas that are bringing down the average. So I think this is a good fit. And as I said before, we've actually, for about a month now, we've had vaccination hubs in our vulnerable areas, and that's why those areas have gone up. But I will allow anyone else to speak on it if they like to.
Yeah, I just think that Noel's brought up, and with the amendments from Kathy, I think that's made a really valid point because we can talk about certain areas of Randwick or whatever, but I have a lot of people that I speak to regularly which are from the Department of Housing, and many of them are still negative in regards to getting the vaccination, and I think a lot of them who pretty much say that that they're non-believers or they're believers or whatever. We are in a vulnerable area, around the South Ward, and I'm not trying to say that the whole of Randwick's not vulnerable, but at the moment there's so much housing, so much uncertainty, and if we can somehow make it easier for anyone by looking into providing more areas for them to get vaccinated, I think this might be a great thing.
So, councillors, I think
you want me to close on it, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, so thank you, Councillor. So all those in favour say aye.
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 Those against, declare that carried. Oh, but still declare it carried.
Thank you,
Councillor Matson, we've done. NM 68/21, notice of motion from Councillor Matson. Councillor response to the latest climate change report findings.
I'll just put it.
Do I have a seconder first?
I'll second it.
Yep, sorry, I couldn't get off.
Councillor Veach.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I want to move it in a slightly amended fashion because of the resolution that was carried earlier. I just want to remove a redundant sentence now. In the first paragraph, if you go down to the third sentence and put a full stop after levels and just delete the rest of that sentence and then just go on to the second paragraph.
Yep.
It just brings, I don't want to put a redundant motion or any part of it. So that makes it a motion in its own right.
Mayor, I'd like to second it if possible and speak on the matter.
Councillor Veach has.
I'd like to speak on the matter then, please.
Okay, so Councillor Veach, would you like to speak on it?
I reserve my right, that's fine. I fully support the amendment, the amended version, and Councillor Matson's motion. As usual, he's very upfront and at the forefront on Council's actions on climate change. I'd commend the motion.
Just speaking very quickly, Mr. Mayor, there will be a very important conference later this year. It's the COP26. Actually a somewhat strange abbreviation on the 2021 United Nations Climate Change Conference.
I think you should go to this, Murray.
Not a chance, mate. But it is a serious
Keep going,
matter. It really is a serious matter. It's probably the last chance we will have as a global civilization, if you want, to actually bring the runaway climate change effects under control. And it's really expected that we're going to have to do it a lot sooner than the previously forecast time of 2050. We have to get down to net zero emissions by 2030 now. It really is coming to a very, very tight race. And at the moment, it looks like we are losing it.
Councillor Roberts. Councillor Roberts.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to take up too much of your time tonight, so I won't get into it, but I will not be supporting this. This is another clear example of how the Greens will never be satisfied with anything. And as soon as potential agreement might be coming to be met, such as net zero by 2050, the Greens will always move the goalposts. And so clearly tonight we've got this the latest example. Now it's net zero by 2030, and so it's just I personally support net zero by 2050, but anything before that I've got great concerns about the effects that would have on the economy. Net zero by 2050 will be eye-watering to achieve. Potentially, if we introduce nuclear power, we might be able to do that. But I cannot support this. It's just another classic example of emotive Greens language calling in the apocalypse. And in fact, the future is quite bright and optimistic. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to be net zero in the second half of this century, and that's just a brilliant outcome for the world.
This comes from a father of young children.
Quite looking forward to that happening.
Point of order.
Councillor Hamilton, your point of order. Just have to unmute yourself.
Yes, sorry. So sorry. No, it's not actually against Councillor Roberts. It's actually against Councillor Shuri, because Councillor Shuri, I felt, made a personal slight against Councillor Roberts, and it was completely out of order.
Councillor Roberts, just continue. Councillor Shuri, please just hold back your comments as a statement. So, Councillor Roberts, you're on mute. Sorry.
So now we want net zero by 2030. So what's it going to be next week? 2020. We're at 2021 already. So I think the Greens need to get a grip. And there was that previous motion, and it was allegedly unanimous, but I wasn't aware of the details of some of those campaigns. And if those campaigns suggested net zero well before 2050, then do not sign me up for that. That's a recipe for mass unemployment and great impacts on our economy for no potential benefit for the globe. So with that, I've said my piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stravinas.
I'd like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, Mr. Mayor, I've lost count of how many times we've had motions come to this council in the last 6 months about climate change that have all been brought up by Councillor Matson. Now, in case he hasn't realised it, we're in the middle of a pandemic. People are losing their houses. People have got their mental health and well-being being put out. People can't even put food on their table. And what's his biggest gripe? Climate change. I can tell you, Councillor, this is the furthest thing away from the minds of people. You're so far detached from your community to be bringing forward motions like this. It's just unbelievable. I can't even believe that we've constantly got motions like this coming to council, and anybody would think we're the United Nations the way you carry on, Councillor. You're not going to make one iota of difference by bringing forward motions like this that aren't irrelevant. Irrelevant. Stick to roads, rates, and rubbish. Okay. This is what we're here to do. We're not here to be mucking around and bringing forward motions like this that are totally irrelevant to the operation of this council. Because you can't handle the truth. That's why the Greens don't like being called out. That's what it is. You don't like being called out.
Just unmute yourself, Councillor Veach, for your point of order.
So sorry.
There was no point of order.
Please just address the motion. rather than making it personal.
I am addressing the motion now. Now, the fact is, this council does more than enough.
The Mayor
This council
to make a ruling on my call for a point of order.
What I'll do is, Councillor Stravinos, I will allow you to continue, but just try not to make it as personal, please. Just about the point, the actual motion itself, climate change. So sorry, just you have to unmute yourself.
Council every year spends billions of dollars on environmental initiatives. Australia only contributes 1% of the total global emissions. Until India and China and other developing countries around the world decide to come to the table, we're not going to make one iota of difference to climate change. You need to wake up to the reality about that, Councillor. And I can tell you now, Australia has pulled its weight more than enough. We've done more than enough in this country to try and address this issue. And until the rest of the world comes along with us, we're not going to make a difference. I'm sorry to burst your bubble. And if you think that we're going to achieve something good by 2030, that, exactly like what Tim Flannery said, we're all going to be underwater. And Al Gore said that we're all going to die. Well, I can tell you now, Councillor, all this doom and gloom that you carry on about, none of it's come true. And it's not going to come true. And Australia's doing more than enough to address these issues. We're not the United Nations here. We should be sticking to the real issues that affect local government. And shame on you for bringing these motions forward all the time. And they're pathetic. And I'm not supporting it.
Councillor D'Souza.
Mr. Mayor, I firstly want everyone to know I'm not agreeing, but I am very concerned about climate change.
Thank God you're not agreeing.
And it's real, Mr. Mayor. And this is the most urgent of times and the most urgent of challenges. And after hearing some of the speakers, I must say we need to address this challenge with honesty and courage. This should no longer be a political debate, but a human debate, because climate change threatens our very existence. Protecting our children's future and ensuring they inherit the earth in good condition is chronicled in the principle of intergenerational equity.
Yeah.
It is our duty and should be paramount to us all to protect our planet for this and future generations. It is your conscious decision tonight, councillors, that will go a long way to address climate change and save our planet. I fully support this motion by Councillor Matson. Those councillors who do not support this motion tonight are inviting anger and frustration. Those who act boldly and support this motion are recognising right as well as reality. I beg you, councillors, to face the challenge tonight with courage and honesty to support this and other climate change motions which will be coming up tonight. By our actions tonight, we will be taking decisive action to address climate change. Change, my friends, will not come if we wait for some other person or if we wait for some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. Now is our moment for action, councillors. Now is our time to act to address climate change. This motion gives us the opportunity to do just that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Rocha.
I think, Harry, I totally respect you, and I know you're coming from a good place, but as we are going through COVID and people are suffering in many, many ways, so's our planet. And our planet is copying it from all different directions. And at the moment, we seem to think that, she'll be right, as long as some other country's doing the job, that everyone else, will make up for it. But no, we need to take a stance, and we need to realise that 2050 is not that far away, but anything that we can bring forward and make it happen before or get the attention before then, Mother Earth needs our help the same as people do at the moment. And I just think that, our country, our world, our planet needs.
So, councillors, I think I'll put it. Unless Councillor Matson, do you want to sort of close the argument?
Yeah, look, councillors, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, it's respected around the world. It's commented on by every government, most media outlets, and it is saying something very frightening, that the old date of 250 is not going to work. We're not going to be able to keep climate increases below 1.4 degrees. It'll probably be up to somewhere around 2.4. And at that high temperature change, it's going to be devastating. There's going to be a lot of high-rise sea levels. There will actually be more pandemics because water will be harder to get, fresh water. Massive numbers of refugees will be forced to move. Under those conditions, you're going to see frightening pandemics. That's just one of the negative aspects that we know will happen. It's not just, it used to be some sort of strange science fiction movie about a future time that was collapsing, but no, it's real. And the word that is coming out from the scientists of the world is that 250 is too late. We have to do something by 230. That's the way it is, Harry. You will never accept that, and I've long since given up on expecting you to. But other councillors here understand, mate, and they don't want to go down in history as being a councillor that refused to act responsibly. So be it on your own head, Harry.
It's very personal,
please just stick.
I take it as a compliment.
Councillor Andrews, did you really need to say something before I put the vote?
Mr. Mayor, I had my hand up, but I think...
Look, I've closed the debate with all respect, Mr. Mayor.
The debate is closed.
Okay, thank you. So all those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against?
No.
No.
I declare that carried. NM 69/21.
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor. I'll second it.
Seconded by Councillor Luxford.
Come on, mate.
I was first, Harry.
Mr. Mayor, that was me. I second that.
Councillor Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors. Look, I love Kingsford and Kensington, as I know we hopefully all do, but it does need a bit of TLC. Just on the Arts and Cultural Committee, we've had some really interesting meetings with NIDA, and obviously the Kingsford Chamber of Commerce is a key stakeholder in that area. And so I drafted a motion and I sent it through to the Kingsford Chamber of Commerce and also some senior representatives on NIDA. They made some comments and I adjusted the motion and this has their support. Look, there's so much huge potential. We need some short-term work. We need to utilise the light rail support package to get in those banners, to get in those planter boxes, to get on with the Meek Street Plaza and get that done. So I'm very keen to get a report back on that. And I know, I'm sure hopefully Councillor Luxford and Councillor Stavrinos have certainly made the same types of representations over these past years. And then just a little way up the road, we have NIDA, which seems very forbidding in some ways, but actually it's got a lot of amazing theatres inside. We've got the Roundhouse. And just tucked a little way into UNSW, we've got the Esme Timbery Creative Lab, which is again a teaching institution, but it's got a great little theatre, very modern sort of black box theatre that I'm sure is not used 100% of the time. And so to actually perhaps seek some funding to engage with all of those stakeholders, get them together at the table, see how council can actually facilitate making that strip, which is really about 1 or 2 Ks, roughly from High Street to down to the big intersection at the old Nine Ways, into somewhere really exciting High Street where you've got amazing restaurants where you could go and see a band at the Roundhouse or maybe catch a theatre show, but it just needs to be activated a bit more, perhaps in sort of planning ways through DCP or so on. We need to get the stakeholders involved, and we obviously need some really rapid beautification through funds that we already have. I'm not sure why it's been delayed, but I hope we can now take off the brakes and actually move forward to help revitalise this area, which is really in dire need. So this motion is simply proposing some short-term solutions which have already been endorsed by council many years ago, and also just moving forward looking forward to, again, beyond the pandemic. This is obviously for something when people can hopefully go out and enjoy a theatre show, enjoy seeing a band. And I note that for my son, who's recently turned 18, he and his friends, that their main area in our LGA to go to is Coogee. And I think a lot of young people would go there, but it'd be nice to have an alternative as well, another spot with something a little bit different. And it means we don't have to build that infrastructure. We can just use the existing infrastructure, the Roundhouse and some of the other venues there, and just promote them a bit more, and maybe have some arrangement with UNSW to get further access. Thanks, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Luxford, a seconder.
Yeah, I commend this motion. Kensington and Kingsford basically, it's like a war zone, severely been left behind after the light rail has come through and decimated. There were many things that started to decimate the areas before the light rail, but the light rail certainly did put the nail in the coffin of two once thriving suburbs, I must say. Following our briefing last week, I have taken up issues with our director, Todd Clark, who assures me that I will get some answers to many of the things raised last week, which have also been raised in this motion. The banners, we're still waiting for those, because we have the really nice poles, that are supposed to support the banners along Anzac Parade, but we get one story after another. Like, there are just like little small things like the planter boxes that would just start to brighten up the suburbs. The Meek Street Plaza, we're still waiting for that, and I have had those discussions last week with Todd. So hopefully a little bit of activation, a little bit of, use of the light rail funding, the money that is coming back to us, so that the suburbs can start to be rejuvenated. We're very good at wanting to help businesses and support all over the LGA, but really the suburbs that are needing support are Kensington and Kingsford. 4 shops open on Anzac Parade in Kensington. The pharmacy is dying. There's nothing there for the residents anymore, and with all the development that's supposed to come online, we don't even know when that will happen. So I fully support this motion, and hopefully we can start to get something done.
Councillor Stravinas, I'll go to him first, Councillor D'Souza, because I'll have all the Westwater speak at the same time. So, Councillor Stravinas, go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, back in 2015, when I originally brought the motion forward to have a plaza at Meek Street, I didn't think that 6 years later we would still be discussing this. I really would have thought that council would have acted on putting that plaza in. I understand that there have been several delays. I know that there has been an issue with relocating a sewer. I know that there has been some other issues in relation to relocating utilities there. But really, the motion that I brought forward back then was to try and have activations in the area for markets and cultural events and to have festivities. Now, unfortunately, 6 years down the track, we're still waiting for this to all happen. Now, this motion hits that nail on the head. It's reiterating the position of council, and I'm hoping that anything we can do here tonight that could push for this plaza to commence and to start. I mean, I've been speaking to the director also, and I understand there have been delays, but really 6 years, it's taken a very, very long time. And the other point I want to raise is that I'm happy that the Councillor Veach has also spoken here about activations. All along, and I've brought motions forward also in relation to activations. We need to reactivate that area. We need to bring people back into the town centre to rejuvenate it. And the only way that can be done is if we get the plaza built and we get these activities going in the area. And the planet boxes, of course, anything that we could do to beautify the streetscape, of course, that's also good. And the widening of the footpaths, which is a motion that I've also brought forward to help the shopkeepers there. Anything we can do to rejuvenate the town centres is important. K2K has played a very prominent role in preventing the Kingsford and Kensington town centres from progressing, I believe. And the reason I say this is because the landlords in that area are holding on to their properties, hoping for a developer to come along and offer them a lot of money, and they're not prepared to spend money on their shop fronts. They're not even giving leases to local people who want to open businesses in the area. If they are, they're short-term leases. I mean, look, there's a lot more than meets the eye when it comes to Kingsford and Kensington. But look, I'm hoping that anything we can do here tonight to rejuvenate Kingsford and Kensington by having activations in the area, well, I'm all in favour of it. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor De Souza.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Whatever we do in this chamber tonight, councillors, can change the world of many residents and businesses in Kingsford and Kensington. And that is why I and all of us should support this motion tonight. It matters not your politics. It matters not your gender, your ethnicity, or your social status. This pandemic has affected all of us, and we need to work together to pull ourselves out of this soul-destroying health and economic crisis. You see, the challenges we face because of this pandemic will not be solved in one meeting or in one night, but tonight is a good time to start. There was little doubt when I was the mayor that the suburbs of Kensington and Kingsford were very tired looking, and they were crying out for modernity and help. That is why I supported the K2K competition and design to activate these two suburbs. I fully support this motion tonight because it addresses the fears and insecurity of many of the businesses and stakeholders. This motion offers hope to the many stakeholders in Kingsford and Kensington where there is now despair. This motion has my full support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Andrews.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I commend the motion of Councillor Veach. If I can ask that paragraph D just be amended that provide an update to all councillors rather than just the West Ward councillors in regards to this particular matter.
Oh, that's completely fine.
Yeah.
No problem.
I agree with all the speakers tonight in regards to this particular issue. There's one more thing I think Councillor Savarinoshi might have forgot to mention, and that is the endless resolutions of his council for a car park in Kingsford. You know, there's been endless resolutions to look for to build a car park in Kingsford, and I hate to say, 6-7 years later, we are still waiting for a car park in Kingsford. We were promised a car park. There was a motion of council which has been supported, and we haven't heard back as to what's happening in regards to the building of a car park. So could I ask Councillor Veach to also incorporate what's happening with the car park, proposed car park for the Kingsford area?
Yes, that's fine. So that would be in point D, I think. provide an update to all councillors and the Kingsford Chamber of Commerce on the timeline and expected commencement of the Meek Street Plaza construction, Kingsford car park, pop it in there.
Yeah.
And so on.
Yeah. Sorry, Councillor D'Souza, I can't agree with you in regards to your comments in regards to K2K and the vision of K2K, because I blame K2K for the current state of Kingsford and Kensington, and not the concept of K2K, but how long it took this council to come up and to get through K2K. It took too long, and that's what destroyed the local businesses of Kingsford and Kensington.
Okay. Councillor Bowen.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm happy to support it, but I just would like to suggest an amendment, and I'll speak to the reason why. When I read this, I see the stakeholders, NIDA, UNSW, who I understand to be pretty much the same thing, and also they're located on UNSW campus, but I don't think it really captures what we have there in Kingsford and Kensington, which the motion refers to. And, you know, I'm reminded that Midnight Oil played their first gig at the Regent Hotel in Kingsford. You've got clubs, you've got South Juniors, you've got, happily, the Castrolesian Club is back. And you've got a multitude of restaurants of all sorts of diverse cuisine, and also cafes and the like. And I just, when I read this, I just think it's a bit too narrow, and it's not embracing the diversity that we have there. So I would ask the mover if she would accept that at paragraph E, that after the words UNSW, hospitality venues, restaurants and cafes as well, because I think that's a huge part. In fact, it's the biggest part of Kingsford.
Councillor Bond, yeah, look, I'm happy to include that. This motion went through a number of iterations, and there was originally a clause, and for some reason I thought it was still in there, relating to all the restaurants, because the idea of the motion was to sort of link up and sort of activate the entire precinct so they would all work together in unison. Sure. So somehow reading it again, trying to get it in by deadline, I've obviously missed something out. So,
okay.
Sorry, which bit?
Paragraph E after.
E. Yeah, it was clearly meant to include all of the restaurants and clubs and hospitality venues in Kingsford as well. So, 100% happy to include that.
Yeah. Look, thank you.
Can I just see the include? Well, I guess that was sort of captured, I suppose, by the Kingsford Chamber of Commerce. I'm just wondering that it would be like perhaps at point C, and then and add the hospitality venues and restaurants, clubs in Kingsford after the Esme Timbery Creative Lab, because sure. Would you say that the representative of all those venues in Kingsford would be the Kingsford Chamber of Commerce? So that's sort of more the stakeholders.
Well, no, I don't think, Council, if I can step in there, I don't particularly think that the Kingsford Chamber of Commerce is representative of all of the businesses on that strip.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Councillor Luxford. So I think just add those descriptors in as well as the Chamber of Commerce.
That's a good idea. I think that's a good idea. I agree with that.
I'd just like to address a point that was made by Councillor D'Souza, sort of lauding the success of K2K. I disagree with that. I think, this area is going to need our support, not only because of light rail, but because of K2K, particularly in circumstances. And I know the argument's going to come. We're going to hear that, well, if we didn't do this, we've saved it. Well, let me preempt it. That is rubbish. right? The whole proposal was, as I've said many times, unrecognisable as it was presented to us as a proper planning progress. So I know I can see a hand shot up, someone's going to have a go at me yet again, but I understand what a proper process is. I understand, what's a fair and reasonable process. And the whole K2K thing was not. And the end result is we have this community in Kensington and Kingsford that are going to bear the consequences. So I'm very happy to support the motion as put, but again, I'll preempt anyone who wants to try and convince me or talk to me or suggest to me that K2K was a great idea and that somehow I have forgotten that and their support for it in this place is kidding themselves.
Totally agreed.
Councillor Matson?
Yeah, sorry,
Totally
people,
agree.
but you're completely wrong. K2K has saved Kensington and Kingsford. Look, the reality is, people, that those of you who so vehemently oppose it, well, Rosemary McKenzie just broke your spirits. It's embarrassing to watch mature councillors just fall apart. She got you. She's made you her little whipping.
Point of order.
Sorry,
Point of
order,
It's
embarrassing.
He's starting to get personal now, Mr. Mayor. He's mentioning people's names.
To withdraw it. It's in
Yeah.
breach of the.
Sorry, councillors. Councillor Bowen, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm making a point, right? And this all we're hearing from this councillor is a stream of insults, and impugning motives. And he's out of order, and he needs to be. He's still talking. I can't hear him, which is a blessing. But
I think
he needs
to move off if we
line.
continue on the case. Sorry. And I take your point, Councillor Bowen, but I think if we continue on the point of K2K, we're starting to drift from saving but the actual intent of the motion, which is a very good motion. So I think we should stick to the motion and put the motion. So all those in favour say aye.
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 Those against? Declare that carried. So now NM 70/21, notice of motion from Councillor Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, look, like we've had a lot of discussion in this meeting on different reports regarding support for community members during the pandemic. I guess this motion is just reiterating that. You don't know what reports are going to be tabled. But I suppose, it has been a really shockingly difficult time for many in our community. There's a lot of people who perhaps are on different Centrelink payments who might have supplemented those very small payments with part-time work. Many people have lost that extra source of income and are really doing it tough. You read reports of people going hungry. I recently spoke to someone I know who lives in Randwick, but she's been doing voluntary work for the Addison Road Community Centre. She's actually been bringing food hampers back to Randwick for residents here. It's no criticism of the support measures we've been doing. It's just an indication of the huge need. I think we need to continue to reach out. There's a lot of people who are very isolated. I think that's probably one of the main things we can do. If there are any extra available funds to channel towards our own community development team for them to identify, or further work of local organisations that can need additional support, that we basically stand ready to provide that. A lot of mental health issues. I know a lot of young people are doing it very, very tough, and it's been very difficult for elderly people who may have been separated from family members and potentially not being able to see them for months. So it is a pretty dire situation, and I hope, councillors, you'll support this motion. It's not specifying any amount or how it should go. It's leaving that to a report. So I hope you can support this motion. Thank you.
And actually, can I have a seconder, please?
I'm happy to second it, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor De Souza. Thank you. You want to speak on that, Councillor De Souza? A second.
Yeah, I'm very happy to speak on it. Mr. Mayor, but before I speak on the matter, I'd like to put a question to the relevant officer through you, Mr. Mayor. Oz Harvest, do we fund them in any way? Do we give them any funds? You could take it on notice if it's something that just came to me because Addison Road was mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oz Harvest is involved in our food relief support through the hub, and we have, as I believe, funded them over the years through our community grants program.
So do we have a quantum figure or something like that, Kerry? It just helped me. No,
Yeah,
but is it a substantial amount or something small? But again, take it on notice. You don't have to answer if you don't wish to. So, Mr. Mayor, this is a wonderful opportunity, a wonderful motion, because it's all about compassion and understanding. We talked about inclusiveness and acceptance of all. Well, that's exactly what we need to do in this time of hardship. And I mentioned Oz Harvest, and I was going to encourage the council to, if it wasn't already doing it, I've seen photos of you distributing baskets and doing good in the community, Mr. Mayor, and that's very, very noble. But we have organisations like Oz Harvest. Their slogan is, take what you need, pay what you can. And if we and other groups in the past, and I've been associated with them, have given them food and funding, it allows people who are not as well off, those that are disadvantaged, those that are vulnerable, to come and actually go into a supermarket, feel like a shopper, but take what they need and pay what they can. So it's a wonderful organisation, and I would like council to consider funding it. I don't want to dilute or take away from this wonderful motion, but maybe it's something we can consider. But Councillor Veitch, you have my full support. That's 2 out of 2. You're starting to win me over. I'm quite concerned. All good.
Anyone else wish to speak? The councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
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 Those against, declare that carried. NM71/21. That's a motion from Councillor Veitch, increasing access to open green space to enhance community health and wellbeing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, councillors, I guess I'm anticipating a certain reaction to this motion, but I hope you'll hear me out. You may or may not be aware that during the 2020 lockdown in Melbourne, and up until quite recently, I know they're about to change the 2021 lockdown. In Victoria, golf was actually banned as an activity during lockdowns, and so a number of councils who own or manage golf courses responded to community demand and allowed community access to golf courses during the pandemic. And this has also happened in the UK. And in America, it's been quite, it's not been only within Australia, but in other parts of the world as well. Most of the meetings over the last few months, and of course there's been debate in a number of Sydney councils as well. Most of our meetings over the past...
Sorry, Councillor Veitch, sorry to interrupt. It's a miss of me. I haven't asked for a seconder. Seconder.
Councillor Matson.
Councillor Matson, second.
Thank you, Councillor Matson.
Okay, continue, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, and there has been debate in a number of Sydney areas as well, and reports in the paper. Most of our meetings over the last few months, there's been most of the councillors have observed that our coastal walkways and even our parks, even the parks scattered throughout Westward, if you go there on a sunny day, I sometimes ride my bike through and just sort of check things out. Really busy. Centennial Park has been packed, even on the car-free days. It's absolutely packed. And so this is just, it's not calling for golf courses to be closed. It's not calling for them to be cut in half. It's simply saying, is there an opportunity to actually have a constructive engagement with our local golf courses and see if there is some way to occasionally share them? Is there some way to perhaps speed up the coastal walk in the southern part of our city that's taken so long. So I hope you'll take it as the positive motion that it's intended to be. There's opportunities for golf clubs as well to actually indicate their community goodwill and perhaps increase their membership as people get to experience what it's like to walk on those big spaces. I know many people do, even not playing golf, perhaps walk their dogs or go for a walk, but a lot of people, and myself included, don't feel very comfortable doing that. So I hope you'll consider supporting the motion. It is something that's growing around the world and within Australia, and we have a good opportunity to work constructively with our local golf clubs and potentially ease some of the burden on our other coastal walks and local parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matson, a seconder.
No, look, I
can't support it, can you, Murray?
Councillor Matson.
I think you might be on mute.
I'm sorry, guys. Look, it's been a long night. It's a good motion. Let's support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stravinos.
Look, thank you, Mr Mayor. I can't support this motion tonight, Mr Mayor. Firstly, I can't imagine the public liability issues that are going to arise as a result of opening up our golf courses to the public. I can't imagine someone walking down a green or a fairway and being struck in the head with a golf ball. Or, look, this is just absolutely ridiculous. And what Councillor Veach needs to understand and realise is that in the last year, since COVID came about in Australia, more than 300,000 people have taken up playing.
Isn't it?
Look, hold on, Mr.
What
Mayor.
Councillor Veach has to understand.
Mr. Mayor, he can't handle. Come on, this is unbelievable. Why am I being interrupted?
Councillors, I must commend Councillor Veach. Has given her views, she presented her argument, and in your replies, please give your arguments regarding why you don't think this is a good idea.
Well, I did, but I was rudely interjected by Councillor. I was rudely interjected by Councillor Matson, who doesn't like the idea of me holding councillors accountable for the motions that they bring forward to council. It's got nothing to do with mansplaining or being a sexist or anything like that. He just can't handle being told the truth. That's what he doesn't like hearing. But look, I'll continue.
Can I just please note that this is not about people wandering around while people are playing golf. That's the idea of coordination.
Please, I gave you the right to speak. You give me the right to speak, okay? You give me the courtesy.
Councillors, one at a time. And everyone can have their say, and please stick to the argument. Councillor Stravinos, you just want to finish off?
Thank you. Now, look, Mr Mayor, 300,000 people have taken up playing golf in the last 18 months since the pandemic came about. So our golf courses are being utilised and used to the max. They are not, being explicitly used by people, the rich or the elite. A lot more people now from all walks of life are taking up playing golf. And they use it as a way of relief from COVID and from them, to keep themselves mentally healthy. And the other point I want to raise is the fact that we're surrounded by beaches. We've got the Malabar Headland. We've got Centennial Park. We've got any number of other green spaces around the area. Why do we want to start now using golf courses? Is that because the Greens now want to try and reclaim land from these golf courses and claim them as public land? Is that what you want to do? To take these courses away from the golf operators? No, I'm sorry. There are areas designated specifically for this sport, and they shouldn't be taken away or utilised by the public. What if someone walks along there and destroys a green or causes damage to a fairway? Who's going to pay for the damages? Look, at the end of the day, I just think that there's an ulterior motive behind this motion. And I know Greens in other councils have brought up similar motions to this, where they've tried to land grab, they've tried to take land away from golf courses and claim them as public land. At the end of the day, whilst these courses are occupied by golf clubs and golf administrators, they're never going to be developed. These areas are pure, proper green spaces in our area, and they're available to everybody. Okay, anybody can go to these courses, they can join up, they can play golf, and that's what's happening. A lot of people are now taking up the sport. And I mean, look, I just think that, it's no longer a rich man's game. That's the perception that you might have, Councillor, but I could tell you this is not a rich person's game. This is a game that's now being played by many people across all walks of life, and it's proven to be a winner during COVID. And in fact, I would go as far as to say that, I know people that have never hit a golf ball in their life, and now they've taken up the sport. And, really, I just think that what you're asking for here is a bit too much. I feel that, this is going to create a public liability issue for us, and I'm not prepared to go down that path. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I won't support this, not at all. I play golf. I'm not very good at it, but I really like it. I think it's a fantastic sport. We can't just say that every single space, private, public or otherwise, for sport or other designated activities, should be just taken over. We should not be forcing, writing to the state government and local golf courses, asking if we can walk around their golf course. There are a lot of golf courses along the coast where there's still access for people to walk and still able to walk along the edges, the coastal walkways and things like that. There's still the opportunities for that to happen, but I really don't think that this is what we should be doing in asking the golf courses to give up all the hard work that they put into ensuring that those playing fields are available for the members. And so it's just ridiculous that we'll just go and approach a golf course and say, can we come along and walk on there? Do you know, people start playing golf as soon as the sun comes up, and they stop playing golf as soon as they can't see the ball. So they play all day for the daylight hours. And then all the golf courses, they don't have floodlights because they're not an all-round sport. They're not a day and night sport. They are a day sport. So there's no opportunity for anyone to be wandering around a golf course after dark because there's not going to be any lighting or any safe lighting either to ensure their safety as they wander around. And it's just a really strange and unusual idea that we can just take over the golf courses. So I don't support it, and I don't think anyone else should either.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I obviously won't be supporting it as well. I noticed that golf in New South Wales was not banned, even at the depths of the deepest lockdown. If you had a golf course in a local government area of concern within 5 kilometres, you could go play there as a 2-ball. That's to Victoria's great shame, frankly, their overreaction down there. And that was a real killer for anyone who got a lot of mental health out of physical activity on a golf course. But that is a bit of an aside. I reiterate what Councillor Hamilton said. Golf courses are not really in a position to share the use of the land because, as Councillor Hamilton said, people are playing from dawn until dusk, and they have a lot of costs. They got a lot of grass to mow and a lot of grass to water, and they've got a lot of people to employ, and so they cannot just open up the course during daylight hours. It's just not possible from a financial perspective. They just won't be able to do it. And also from a playing perspective, it's there. A golf course is there to play golf on. And they have people there that will be willing to play golf from dawn to dusk. And I'm a member myself of the Coast Golf Club. And as Councillor Hamilton said as well, on the coast, people walk along the coastline there. And there's a relative harmony there of sharing that course and the coastal strip. And in the longer term, we'll have a coastal walkway that will, allow people access to the coast there. Frankly, I'm a bit concerned. This looks a bit like the politics of envy, and I'm happy to be corrected. But all types of people play golf. I just like to remind the Greens, all types of people, from the very poor to the very rich, the whole spectrum of society, love to get out in the outdoors to play golf. It's just one of those life's pleasures, and it's open and accessible to people of all income levels as well. So I'd just like to correct any misconception you might have about that. And it's just a shame that this motion seems to target a legal activity that brings joy to people for no real good reason. So on that basis, I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. It's gone down. So, Councillor Veitch, would you like to just close the argument, close the debate?
Sorry, I'll just turn the volume up a bit. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, councillors, this is not about taking over golf courses. It's not about kicking anyone out. It's about having an adult conversation, like grown-ups with, about what a vast tract of open space to the east of our city, to the south, largely to the south of our city, but also all along the western side of our city, the areas that run along the highly congested areas of Kingsford and Kensington with the Bonnie Doon and east side. East Lakes golf courses. If you have a look on the satellite view of Google Maps, you'll really get a sense, I'm sure you don't need to do that, of the absolute vast tracts of open space that are essentially locked off from the vast majority of our community. It's simply asking to have some discussions.
Hey, let's put it.
So as our population grows, this matter will come back eventually because people will seek some kind of access, whether it's for a few hours a day or one day a week, something like that. It's Crown land, it's public land, and there are many people, if you work shifts, if you're a parent, who's working and looking after kids.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Grabbing
you points to our argument. She's not closing the argument.
I'm addressing some of the issues that people have raised. And I'm about to close it.
Continue, Councillor Veitch.
Thank you very much. That is people, and many people are in that situation where you're juggling work, you're juggling families, you're juggling volunteer work, stuff for your local school PNC, multiple tasks. And so for many people, spending a whole day on a golf course or any leisure activity, whether it's golf or anything else, is not necessarily possible. And so as we've seen, the majority of people are going out for a walk with a family member or on their own or with a neighbour or a friend. And that type of incidental recreation where you can squeeze in a bit of exercise and recreation in the time that suits you. And that's why walking has become so popular. And our coastal areas and big open spaces like that really provide so much physical and mental health benefits. But even though it's possible to join a golf club, most people just don't have that kind of amount of time really to probably warrant taking out that kind of membership. So it's a simple motion. It's not radical, as some people seem to assume. And I'm not asking for anything more than what's in the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So, councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
No. Go straight to a division, Mr. Mayor.
No, I declare that lost.
Okay, beautiful.
Now we're going to close session.